Hey everyone, good to see you all here today. Happy Sunday to everyone. And today is a very important day for me and for the stream here today. Thank you guys so much for being here. So, today is February 6th, aka this is Viperstrike's 27th birthday today. So, what better way to actually celebrate my 27th birthday by actually doing leg 9 today. This one will be the first leg that we actually get some exciting terrain. So we're going to be taking off here from Krasnoyarsk out of the airport. We're going to head 87 degrees nautical miles to the east for 108 nautical miles until our first checkpoint waypoint here at Kansk. Then we go 103 more nautical miles into the 124-degree heading, and then we'll head to the place known as Untitled. Then we're going to follow another. Then we're going to do 237 nautical miles all the way to Irkutsk on the banks of the Angara River. We'll be reaching outside the territory of Irkutsk, which means that we might even see a bit of Lake Baikal today. So this is going to be some pretty exciting terrain, and I believe this is the second longest leg of this entire journey. We're going to actually have some great flying here to do today, guys. This sounds like great. So now that we got this done, I want to go ahead and check on the chat. Leo Profasi, good to see you here. We already got our route. Martel is here. Thank you for the birthday wishes for Martel. I'm having a great day. Thank you very much. Night Zep, happy birthday. Thanks a bunch, Zep. And happy birthday, says Alec D. And first time chat viewer, IJ Stott. Good to have you here, guys. Thank you so much for this incredible day. So yeah, we actually have a lot of people here today. It's blazing hot out here today. I set the weather to blazing sun since that was the closest weather setting to LJ. Oh, LJ Stott. LJ Stott. Okay. Thanks. My apologies. So we're gonna go down and fly the Junkers Ju-52. Now, like I said, for some of you guys who've been here for the very first time, the reason we took this plane is because the original plane they flew was an earlier tri-engine plane, the G-24. But since the G-24 isn't a Microsoft Flight Simulator, I use the next closest thing, which is the Ju-52. Basically, the Ju-52 is a much more powerful and longer range G-24, basically. Happy birthday. Thanks, friend to all. Welcome to the chat, friend to all. It's good to have you here. I said East USA, but I changed it to Southeast Asia. I'm not really sure about that as well. So let's get this point started. And before every single stream, I go through the checklist. Why is the flight plan only 2 legs? It's only 1 leg. But the flight plan has 2 waypoints. We have 2 waypoints for into all. We have waypoint 1 and waypoint 2, and then our final destination. Just go through different legs. So that's because the 2 airports there are the 2 airports that we're going to be funding for the journey. We're going to go ahead and turn on the battery. The battery is located right here. Are the waypoints on Discord? Yes, absolutely. The waypoints are on the Discord. And if you have a little nav map, you also have them in your flight plan. So, batteries on. Check. Check. Set the. I think it. Okay, it's set. Pilot heater. We don't really need the pilot here today. It's not going to get very cold. The flight controls are all good. Now this is going to be a long one, so I need to set the fuel quantity pretty high. I'm going to go with 90%. 90% should be more enough for both legs. oil quality altimeter is correct. Now we turn on so we're going to turn on the master starter here, located right here, on. Next, we go to the primer. Primer is located on the southeastern side of the thing. The nebulizer is the primer on this plane. Oh yeah, and by the way, if you go to the Microsoft Simulator website, you can actually find the manual for this, and it will tell you everything you need to know. They just added it a couple of days ago. And in fact, if you want me to, I can actually upload the manual on my Discord, so you guys can see it. So actually, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and upload the manual, so that way any of you guys who are on my Discord can actually yeah, the J52 manual. This, if you don't know what the thing on the plane do, there's the manual for you. Once the primer's on, we turn on the injection shaw valve, which is right here. Off. Here you go. Now we turn on the wobble pump. Now, from when I read the manual, we open this and then we do as well. Once we open that, we can now start the engine separately. So let's look at oil pipe first. We need to go to start because it opens up from the wobble pump. It's required. We now open the magneto cap, which is the green. Check. Magneto switch to both. That's check. It's already been rich. Then we can start the engine. The engine's right here. Pull on this for a second or two. Wait till everything gets fully started. Check. Now we run this thing all the way down there. Everything looks good. The 40 psi minimum is good. Now we need to change the initiative state to froth early. Do that. And I kept it 1,000 or less, so that's pretty good. And we do the exact same thing for engine number 1. This it already been set spot. Open the cap. Check. Good. That's already been started. We can now run this all the way through. Then we go back to the ignition delay. Boom. Boom. After we get done with this, we now close the wobble pump, which is the hand pump. And then we can do engine 2. Now, engine 2 is a little different from the other ones because, like I said, we still start with this. However, unlike the other 2 engines, the 2 outer engines, the middle one needs to turn on the fuel pump. So we do that. We go through ignition delay 2. That's good. That's good. Now we turn on the engine. That's good. Picture's rich. Now we can pull the engine for the starter. And that should be it. That's going to run all the way through. Then we turn off the fuel pump down here. And oil pressure is good. Ignition delay, we're going to change it back to FRA. That's complete. That's engine number 2. And then we can turn off the shut-off valve and the primer. Boom. Boom. And then we can now turn on the remaining lights. So nav lights, beacon lights, strobe lights, and wing lights. That's it. So just using that to reverse the tug. Stop the pushback. Release the parking brake, and then we can get ready to get going. And now we can get moving. So we're going to take off from runway 11. Pretty easy takeoff. Runway 11 is going to be where we're going to take off here today. Try not to make it really fast. I'm in front of here playing with the cams, so I can really see the engines getting started. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Hey, Belusine, good to see you. Hey, nice seeing you here, Belusine. It's good to have you here. So we're taking off here from runway 11. DH Paradox, hello. Good to see you, DH. Good to have all you guys here. Like I said, this is going to be a long leg, so do keep... Good Sunday to you. So we're going to go ahead and do this. Wait till everyone else gets back here. I think everything's good. Just seeing there's Count Zepp. Martel, we're going to wait till the two of them get ready for the runway. You're home sick today. You took off work. You're sick. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear about that, DH. I hope you're getting better. I hope you feel better soon. I mean, that absolutely stinks. I love that plane. Yeah, Yonkers is still great. Even after all those bombs, it's still a fantastic plane to fly. So, okay, guys. Now that everyone's on the runway, we're going to take off here. Yeah, this is good. We can pull down one of the flaps. I think we'll be pretty good take off here. We want to at least get 60 plus knots. 6. And we can take off. And frontals in the 1876. I wonder what that plane is. So I see counts up, Martel's gonna be near soon, and what the heck's at 1876? Oh, I think I know what he is. He's flying the turboprop airliner from Flight Sim TO. It's a regional turboprop. It is. I don't have it installed yet. There's Zep. Martel's going to be near soon. Yeah, Frental's gonna have no question he's gonna keep up. So, guys, fly with me today. Is Martel 738. Comes up further, and then he's gonna be coming near soon, but Frental's gonna be coming to the air very soon. So I need to get back to the heading and map. Milvez is making the payward one, Fabio says. Ooh, yeah, that's going to be interesting. Oh yeah, and there's one more thing I didn't have from. So I do have some jazz for you guys tonight. For some jazz. I have to use something period appropriate, and I think it's. So there is Martel, there's friends all here, and there is Count Zep. So those are all the people flying with me tonight. The sun is blazing today. We got blazing amount of sun. Bought the Bucker Youngman today. Murph flew. Ooh, yeah, Light Creations I think did that today. I wonder how that's going today. I heard that's quite an interesting plane. Very, very cool there, Night Zep. I'm going to go ahead and start trimming the plane out a little bit. Because we will be heading to 3,000 feet is going to be the safe altitude for this leg. And that's something that was mentioned in the notes today. In the notes, it was sunny hot today, which is why I did blazing sun on the weather preset. So they took off early in the morning here at Krasnoyarsk. Circle overruns over the local of the routes, to which the locals good morning are on the way. Now the route here doesn't actually follow a straight line. Since they don't want to continue, since they continue to follow the railway line, and they can avoid the mountains that way, which there's quite a bit in this area, believe it or not, especially later on in the journey. So we first visit the place known as Kansk, so we'll be visiting there pretty soon. Birth was unusual this morning. Yeah, very odd. It's very... Oh, and guys, here's something else too, if you notice. I just had it the other day. I finally got this thing to work. So on the top right corner is the nearest airport indicator. Is on the top right corner. So if you want to know where the nearest airport is from where I'm flying, I have this up here. So for example, the closest airport now is Uniform Sierra Oscar Oscar. But this will change more and more once we get moving. It'll give us a new closest airport every time we fly over. Daiki showed me how to work this thing, and I gotta say, it's going to be a game changer for my future stream. It's going to be really nice. So I did it to match all the previous stuff in green and black. It is very useful, especially for drones like this. And people want to fly in with me, it's going to be much easier for it to actually work. Yeah, we can actually see quite a few of the rivers and stuff here. It's definitely very nice, and I definitely gotta say, it is very, very nice. It's definitely great to fly over here, guys. I know the data here isn't that great, but trust me, it's gonna get much better when we get to the other parts of Siberia. Particularly when we get further south with all the mountains, it's gonna be much better once we get into the forest and such. There's counts that he still had to make quite a bit in the J2. There's for all in the ATR, and I believe Martel's around here. But yeah, some pretty exciting stuff, that's for sure. So some interesting stuff. Obviously, earlier this morning, I wasn't up during that time. I was still asleep. But Bert flew the BU-131 Jugman in his stream today. Definitely pretty interesting as well. The Concorde is now going to be 34 euros, which is around $40 US, which actually isn't that bad for something like the Concorde. Which actually is pretty good value. Then Simwork Studios, they just released some of the first pictures of their Vans RV14. And like I say, that looks very good, and I'm pretty excited. I know I had the freeware Vans, so this looks really good. I think it's going to be quite good. Earlier in the week, there was a teaser for Milviz on their Beaver. The Milviz Beaver is going to look absolutely amazing. Definitely a first day purchase for Beaver. A huge sucker for that plane. Whoa. Whoa, I'm heading way off course. Yeah, my apologies. Yeah, maybe that's why being on the autopilot isn't that great. Yeah, I'm a little off course. I'm not worried. But on the other hand, we get to actually see some of one of the rivers. We get to see through the Yensei River. Yeah, Russia's got lots of really cool little rivers you can fly to. And then obviously, one of the most anticipated editions, the Phoenix A320, just had its beta the other day. And guess who's on that beta? Fabio. Fabio's actually doing the beta for the Phoenix A320. And according to him, from what his impressions of it so far, he says it's absolutely amazing. As well, which I think is going to be absolutely awesome. It's got a real competition with the freeware E320 fly-by-wire, but I like the fact there's more options for it. I mean, some of the images for it look absolutely insane. Like the textures and all that is just really good. It makes like a real A320. Now, I know the controls I have is an Airbus throttle, so actually it could work with my Airbus. Fabio's also doing the Honda Jet. Yeah, the Honda Jet beta. I heard some really good things about the Honda Jet, though business jets are not like kind of my thing. But I'm really curious to see how they do it. Yeah, I think we're getting some really good add-ons here too. And then obviously the 737 by PMDG, according to their developer, the wait might be over sooner than you think. Maybe in March. Yeah, I'm very excited for the next couple of weeks of add-ons. Yeah, the river looks really nice. But the river. Now we're gonna get into some pretty interesting terrain. Definitely some very exciting stuff going on in the flight sim world. Yeah, I'm definitely very happy for it. I've been really loving the Australia World Update. Like, that World Update has been my favorite so far. Like, unlike the previous World Updates, it hasn't broken anything. It's actually stable. Like, nothing broke in that, which I think is great. Usually something breaks during a World Update, ironically. But it didn't. Not only that, he also got 11 new cities with photogrammetry, which is way more than the previous world updates put together. And even, in fact, it's more than the Game of the Year edition plus World Update 7. I noticed why my plane was flying too slow. You didn't retract the landing gear. I mean, I would rather fly with the landing gear accidentally on than landing without putting the landing gear down. I would rather, at least you know if you had any issues, at least you would find a way to land. Yeah, that's so great with the Junkers. There's nothing to retract. Yeah, it's a fixed landing gear with the Junkers. Now we actually get to the first part of exciting terrain in this flight. There's a lot of these little hills over here, if you notice. Let me go ahead and put the thing. If you know about here, we're going to get to some hills and such. Our first such hills in the entire flight. And if you notice, let me pull up the nav map to show you guys what I'm talking about. So, believe it or not, when we get to the western part of Russia, right here, there's lots of mountains, little mountains and such you can fly over to, hills and rivers. Like, that's why the further east you go in Russia, the scenery is actually much better. Even if the satellite data isn't really good, there's definitely lots of exciting little terrains up here in Russia. Especially in Siberia. That's why I actually like flying in Siberia a lot. And I've done more than a few Sky Park missions in the eastern Siberia, and it's way, way better. Hey, Captain Seppi! It's been a while. How you been doing, Seppi? Thanks for coming here, Captain Seppi. I'm glad that you finally are going to take the next weekend off for to do your flights and stuff. It's been a long while since you've been streaming. I hope you're doing very well for yourself. You came for the food. Well, guess what? You're actually here for a good reason. Well, before I talk about food, because I'm going to talk about that during the second half of the trip, because, well, this is going to be a very long flight for the Junkers. It's going to be at least a 3 to 4 hour flight. So I'm going to try to pace myself and not talk about everything right away. But let me get a shout out for Captain Seppi. I know he hasn't been streaming in a while, but he's going to return back on stream Wednesday night in the United States. I know he hasn't been on for a while, so I think it'd be really cool to support Captain Seppi, a great friend of the community, someone who is excellent for me, and he's been a very supportive person for me, and I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Seppi. 30 days. Yeah, 30 days without stream. Been out 30 days. I mean, he was really busy. And I don't blame you. Look, I mean, look at that forest down here. You notice out here, there's the forest. There's lots of it out here. Lots of forest. Do you have food boards? Yes. The in-flight meal, we actually have 3 different courses. For our appetizer today, we will have a meal tray containing some caviar, with some bread, and we also have our course of Russian black tea. That would be for our appetizers. You could also get the soup, chi-chi. Our main dish, we have our choice between palemis, beef stroganoff, or pan-fried carp if you prefer fish. And finally, for our dessert today, we actually have some blini. And our beverage for today, if you prefer the alcohol, of course, we had vodka. And if you prefer to be extra adventurous, there's also Meduvka today. We'll talk more in detail about each of these when we talk about it, but that will be our in-course flight meal. So that would be our meal for today. I bet there's still some tequila, of course. Yeah, there's still some tequila if you prefer from Mexico, but I mean, we're in Russia. Yeah, today's a first-class trip, but I mean, this is going to be the second longest leg of this entire journey, so obviously we're gonna need some food, that's for sure. But I appreciate all you guys showing up. So for me, my plans for today, after we do the stream, I'm going to have my birthday dinner. I'm going to have my mom's amazing meatloaf. Mama makes my favorite meatloaf. With corn pudding. I believe it's going to be peas and potatoes, I believe. And then I'm also going to have some pina coladas for me to drink for tonight. It is my birthday today, Captain Stephanie. I'm turning 27 today. 27th birthday today. Viper's GU was the catering jar for Mer's Mexico stream. Yep. Hey, I mean, you know, Knights that the Junkers is perfect for cargo. I mean, that's why the Germans used a lot during World War II as a cargo plane. It was meant for transport. I mean, this thing was so good at carrying cargo that it was even used in Papua New Guinea, and trust me, Papua New Guinea is a very real place for aircraft. I mean, it can carry like 9,000 pounds of cargo. Actually, yeah, this thing can carry up to 3 tons of freight. As a result, you're not. I just looked it up. Yeah, 3 tons of freight. I mean, that's really impressive, considering there's a lot of modern planes that are newer that can't carry nearly as much as this, which is really impressive for the time. That's why it was a very popular pilot's plane. Very popular for it. Oh, look at this. Oh, this is pretty nice. So fly with us today, Seppi, is Martel 738 in the Turbo Arrow. Concept's further ahead in the Yonkers, and then Friends All's with me, and he's actually taking the ATR regional turboprop liner that's on flights MTO. So those are all the people flying with me today. Muse fan, hey Muse fan, good to see you. I really appreciate you coming here today. We're flying from Krasnoyarsk into Irkutsk on the banks of the Angara River. We're currently making our way first waypoint to Kansk. We will be heading there today. If you want to look at the nearest airport, if you're more than welcome to join. If you want to join, here's actually the nearest airport on the top right corner of the screen is the nearest airport. As well, and I'm on Southeast Asia server. But yeah, this is some really, really nice flying here. So this is definitely the nicest scenery we actually have so far. Outside of the Volga River, that's actually very nice. I'm gonna go take a quick bow break for a second. So I'll just turn up the radio and stuff, and we'll just play what the flight goes on. Hey, can't join unfortunately. I have family calling around. No worries, Nights Up. You're more than welcome here in the chat. Yeah, it's been a great flight so far, and I really appreciate everyone showing up for my birthday as well. So my weather preset is going to be blazing sun, which represents the fact it is really hot out here today. Happy birthday, thanks Muse fan, I really appreciate it. I mean, this past year has been really good for me for my birthday. I mean, 2021 was a great year for me. I've grown so much since then, and I'm very happy with it. So there's Count Zep. I think there's French Paul. And I believe on my right wing is Martel somewhere. Martel's somewhere, but I think he's on my ring. I also got my tracker set up. I'm on flight events. There's quite a few. There's me and there's 9 Zep still ahead on the panel. It seems the Turtle Air has become a stealth plane. Oh, Martel. I mean, it's really cool that the two-tone Murphy panel has all this. So the airport we're going to fly to is Kansas West, so Zulu 26. Okay, that does not work. So today we're going to talk about Russian cuisine, but I'm not going to mention it now because, as you can see, as the nav map is, this journey is going to take us about 482 nautical miles. It's going to be a long one. So I'm trying to space myself from talking about all of this at once. Instead, I'm probably going to save the Russian cuisine for the second part of the journey, since that's going to be by far the longest part of the journey. But if you want me to, I can talk about something else, and that's February 6th. So February 6th, for those who actually don't know, or who are not in the clue, the day of February 6th is actually the 37th day on the Georgian calendar, which is the calendar most used by most of the world, and it's now only 328 days until the end of the year on December 31st. Now, February 6th has been host to a lot of different events. It has been host to a lot of events, birthdays, deaths, and many different holidays and observances as well. So some of the most important notable events from February 6th. In the earliest pre-1600 events that I could find is 60 AD, which is the earliest date for which of the day of the week is known. There is a graffiti in Pompeii that identifies this date as Sunday, by which a system in which Sunday corresponds to the day of the week this day would have in the modern reckoning, Wednesday. So apparently February 6th was the day they found out that Wednesday. Yeah, Georgian calendar is the standard used by most of the world, but not everyone in the world uses the Georgian calendar. Now, the Georgian calendar was actually first came out in 1582 in October by Pope Gregory the 13th, and it was used as a modification and replacement of the previous Julian calendar. And the whole purpose of this calendar, by the way, was to space the different leap years differently, as to make the average calendar 365.2425 days long, which makes it more closer to the solar year by Earth's revolution of the sun. And as a result, all these reforms from the calendar that was brought by the Georgian calendar was adopted initially by the Catholic countries, but over the next 3 centuries, the Protestant and Eastern Orthodox countries also moved to the calendar, with Greece being the last European country to even adopt it in 1923. Pretty interesting about the Georgian calendar, I think a lot of people don't realize. In 1685, on February 6, 1685, James II of England and James V of Scotland is proclaimed the King of England. Hold up. Hey, Daggy just raided me with a party of 44. Daggy Decimus. Thank you for coming here today on my channel. Thank you so much, guys. Daggy, I bet you've had an amazing flight over China. I believe in the western part of China. Good to see you. Dougal Matavich here. Hey, Dougal. Nomad Ninja has just came here. First time chat. Hello there, Nomad Ninja. How have you been today? Good to have you guys here. Hey, Ward. Nice seeing you here. Thank you guys so much. Thanks, everyone. I really appreciate it. Skeptic is here. Hello, Skeptic. Good to see you. Thanks for the birthday wishes, guys. That's really been appreciative. Mechanical Madness is here. Nomad Ninja, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate all you guys here. So I'm not the only one joining me today. There's Concept, friend to all. Where am I? Says Quaggy UK. Good to have you here. No, where I'm flying today is we're flying in Mother Russia. We're flying from Krasnoyarsk to Irkutsk, but we're not flying directly straight there. We're actually flying away from the mountains. Quaggy UK just followed. Thank you so much. Yonkers. It's Yonkers, not Yonkers. Okay, but close enough, if you ask me. This is actually going to be the second longest leg of the trip. Akazi has now followed. Thank you guys so much. Thanks so much, Akazi. Good to have you here. A lot of amazing people here. Thank you so much for coming to my channel. On my birthday as well. Can you show us your sunroof? Absolutely. Here's one of the other best features of this plane. Open the sunroof. Boom. Second rate today. Yeah, Burp rated Dakey, and then Dakey rated my stream. Kaharia, have you been? I've been doing great. We're heading our way to the first waypoint here. We're heading to a place known as Kansk. I'll be right back. I need breakfast. I'm flying all night. No worries there, Nomad. Thank you for coming to my stream today. Thank you so much. Happy birthday, thank you. Yeah, the sunroof. Yeah, the Junkers is a really cool plane. Once you learn more about the Junkers, you realize how cool this plane really is. This thing can carry 3 tons of cargo. It can take off at it takes off at the same takeoff distance as a Twin Otter, and this thing has still been flying since the 1930s. Ah, you've flown the Fokker F7. Yeah, I flown it a couple days ago. I flown it with Volleyball 9, who is an expert in Australian aviation, and specifically talking about Charles Kingsford Smith. I've done one of his flights today. I enjoyed the Fokker. I know the plane has its issues, but I actually do like it. It's got a lot of charm to it, that's for sure. Same thing as the Junkers, but I like the Junkers more. I think the Junkers just flies better in my opinion. And the Junkers just has more. It's got that more modern to it. I'm looking forward to patch, but it's cool. Yeah, same thing. I'm looking forward to the improvements. but it is really, really cool as well. So yeah, there's been a lot of exciting stuff this past week. There's been lots of really cool plane releases coming up soon. Like the, I know the B-131 is out. Merck flew that earlier today. I wasn't up, unfortunately. The Concorde's coming out pretty soon in February for $40 US. The airplane that was released in the DC-3, definitely one of my most favorite planes in real life. I'm just hoping it's good. Please be good. And then obviously the Phoenix A320 just got beta. And the 737 is going to come out pretty soon from PMDG. So, like I said, it's pretty anticipated stuff in February. It's pretty crazy. It's her uniqueness. Yeah, the Junkers is not like a lot of trimotors. It may look ugly, but the Junkers is so practical. Junkers is a practical bird. It's got all the German stuff to it. Gives it some character. It flies nice. And this thing has good performance. You can take this in top of the Iggy. Iggy Desmond, I'm gonna walk the dogs. Enjoy your flight. I hope you have a great day. Thank you so much, Iggy. Thanks for the raid. I really appreciate you all coming up here. I mean, the steering wheel's forward yoke if you turn the rudder. Yeah, it looks like a steering wheel. Let me show you this. So let me turn on the yoke visibility. See, it's like a steering wheel. It's not. It's like a normal yoke steering wheel. It's not like the modern yokes. It actually looks like a steering wheel. And so is the rudder too. Gives it a lot of character to it. Mm-hmm. It's pretty awesome, if you ask me. Papa Joe B, I'm on the Southeast Asia, and the nearest airport is Zulu 26 Bravo. I fell asleep watching show on otters in Northern Canadian military. Yeah, the otters on the Northern Rangers. Yeah, the otters are amazing for the bush trips. They're made for the bushes of Canada. Absolutely 110%. But yeah. Hey! Looks like there's Dougal Batavish in a Spitfire. Hey Dougal, you're in the Spits.
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Don't. That's my Google. There is the Spitfire. That's one crazy touch and go. They learned how to test a frozen lake to land on. Yeah, landing those frozen lakes is extremely dangerous if you ask me, K-Bart. Like, the thing you have to worry about a frozen lake is how thick the ice is. You also have to, not only have to concern with the weight of the plane, but also the thickness of ice. A thicker piece of ice is not as easy, is harder to break than a thinner piece of ice. There's quite a bit to actually take on when you try to land a plane on ice. Thankfully, he made it out there okay. So yeah, the place we're flying to for our waypoint is the city of Kansk. Now, from what I've researched, the town of Kansk, located on the Krasnoyarsk Krai of Russia, it's on the banks of the Kan River, which is about 391 miles long. It has a population of 94,000 people. And it was founded in 1628 as a fort, and it was transferred to its current location in 1636, and it became a town in 1782. Now, the town is the center of the Kansk coal basin, which is the largest coal area of the USSR and still the largest in all of Russia. It also has industries in cotton, timber, hydrolysis, and food. This place is also home to the Kansk Air Base, and is often crossed by the Trans-Siberian Railway. So a bit of background on the town for a bit. So the Kursk is going to be further ahead. Here it is. Even snowmobiles help ruin the runways. Yeah, snowmobiles kind of help smooth out the excess snow and all that. But they do touch and go to test the first, then check tracks. Yeah, that's probably what it is. I agree, you should look at the phase land on ice untested. That's 100% correct. Pretty crazy to say for the least. Now, for some guys who are here for the first time, you wonder why are you flying in the middle of Russia, you may ask. Well, the reason I'm flying in the middle of Russia is because I'm recreating the 1926 Berlin to Beijing flight. Now, this flight was originally done by Deutsche Lufthansa in 1926, and they flew the Junkers G-24. Now, if you ask, why is the G-24 and the J-52 so similar? Well, it's simple. They were both designed by the same guy. Hugo Junkers designed these planes. Both designed both planes. The G-24 was introduced in 1925 as a tri-engine, all-metal, low-wing model for passenger transport. Hey, Rum Ruffian has just followed. Thank you, Rum Ruffian. I really appreciate it. Busted caught you on it last. Good to see you, Rum Ruffian. Thanks for coming to my channel. But 124 of these things were built and mainly were used by Deutsche Lufthansa. Now, for the crew too, this G-24 can carry 14 different passengers, and it can fly at max speed 110 knots with a range of 360 nautical miles, which isn't much range when you compare it to this beauty here, the plane of choice. One of the most iconic airliners of the 1930s. Hangzhou, powered by 3 BMW 192 engines. This Junkers can get it to a maximum speed of 143 knots. It can cruise to 130. You know, it's made of coagulated durable aluminum. It can go up to 19,000 feet and has a range of 539 nautical miles. The Sid is actually built to 700 nautical miles. It can carry 17 passengers, or if you do for cargo, 3 tons worth of cargo. Pretty crazy if you ask me. Absolutely beautiful plane as well. And then we have Deutsche Lufthansa, the main airliner responsible for it. Then this is where we took off in the first leg, the famous Berlin Tempelhof, one of Europe's great airports. I wish this airport would still be around. Maybe turn as an air museum. I think would be fantastic. That airport has so much history. I just wish I know it wasn't suited to modern traffic, but I wish they would have some air museum. That would be amazing at Temple. And then there's the book that's done it. And Kragos Knightsep is he's one of the members of the Two-Tone Murphy community, but mainly he is the one guy who helped me out with this the most. I may be doing the flight, but it wouldn't be the flight without him. And this book is called Antrag Flugzeug nach Peking, aka In a Big Plane to Beijing. And it shows quite a few things about the book. It's featured the crew on the top right picture here is the crew. The bottom of this is actually D903, and if you notice, on the side here, D903. This is, I made the tail number, the model of the plane for the flight. And then they did this trip because not only did they want to get to Europe to Asia faster without having to go to Africa, but the real reason they did this was because with Germany and the USSR having surprisingly good relations at the time, they just flew to the interior of the USSR. And the route is quite interesting. So first, we went from Berlin to Beijing. We did the first trip from Berlin to Königsberg, modern-day Kaliningrad. Then from Königsberg to Smolensk. Then Smolensk to Moscow. Then to Kazan, Kurgan, Omsk, Novosibirsk, Krasnoyarsk, and then we're going to head our way to Irkutsk today. Then the next leg, we're going to fly from Irkutsk to Chita. Then fly to Sharbin, Shenyang, and then Beijing will be our trip. So kind of a bit of an interesting story about the flight. Definitely has a lot of interesting history about that. And he's also given me the notes. If you guys want me to at some point, and if you want to recreate the flight yourself, I can actually post the notes if you guys want me to on my Discord. And speaking about my Discord, I do have a Discord as well. So if you want to get caught up in the latest news or information about my streams, don't be afraid to check that out. And if you want to catch up on the previous VODs for my channel, I have pretty interesting VODs as well, including my previous series I've been working on, the baseball trip. Check out my YouTube channel, so you get caught up on the latest things of my channel. So I really appreciate you guys being here today. So K-Ward says a world update with Russia would be awesome. It actually would. It would actually greatly improve a lot of the scenery here, especially with some of the satellite data. That would be really cool, with Russia being a really big country. As well. Definitely agree with that. I would love to see, yeah, Moscow. Moscow getting full gravity alongside St. Petersburg would be amazing. I would love to see Moscow and St. Petersburg get full gravity. It would be amazing. I mean, if you guys haven't looked to the city of St. Petersburg, though, that place is absolutely gorgeous to visit. I've seen pictures of St. Petersburg. There's a lot of beautiful locations in Russia. Definitely some very nice scenery here. And obviously, it may bring Russian devs and work on the Asobo plane. Yeah, I definitely want to get the Antonov AN-2. That's definitely on my watch list. The Antonov AN-2 biplane. Yes. So, if that being said, that's going to be for the famous flyers. If they were to have to pick a local legend for Russia, that's an interesting choice. If we go World War II planes, I would probably pick the IL-2 Stormovik. Even though that's not a really old plane from the 30s and 20s, the IL-2 is the most famous warbird in history. That is the one. Yeah. Yeah, they did some. If they did a world update with Russia, if they had to bring a plane, I think they need to bring the IL-2. Yeah, I know it was built in the 40s, but trust me, the IL-2 is the most produced plane in World War II. That plane would be absolutely amazing. But I wouldn't be. But since it's a warbird, I don't think they'll bring it to the sim. But I'll be surprised. Hey, Flying for Paul. Good to see you, Flying for Paul. Thank you. Good to have you here. I heard you just made affiliate, so congratulations, Flying for Paul. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for coming here, Flying for Paul. So flying with me today, Count Zep is here. There's Google Metallic and Spitfire. I don't know how you managed to not stall. There's Frank to All, and there's Papa Joe B. Good to have you guys here. Thank you so much. I bet well we see all the old warbirds. Yeah, this would be a good time to bring the warbirds, and I bet Martell's around. Oh yeah, and there's Martell on the right. Papa Joe B is just followed. Thank you, Papa Joe B. Thank you so much. Yeah, smashed out quite quickly. Neat to get it. Thanks for reminding. You made $1 million? More Fokkers coming up, but Warbirds. Yeah, Focke-Wulf F9. F Fokker. Now, Fokker did not make the F-109. The F-109 is Focke-Wulf, not Fokker. Different kind of company. You know what I mean? But so many amazing people here. Thanks a bunch. So, I want to talk first about my birthday, February 6th. So, I'll go back to the earlier events. Some other major events. In 1778, the U.S. and France signed the Treaty of Alliance, the Franco-American Treaty, and the Treaty of Amity and Commerce. And France recognized the new republic and put France on the side of the United States during the Revolutionary War. In 1819, Sir Thomas Stamford Bigley Raffles founded Singapore, which later became. Despite being a city, Singapore has one of the strongest economies of all of Asia. Might only be the fact that it's made of a city. In 1899, the Treaty of Paris was signed between the United States and Spain to end the Spanish-American War during this time. In Great Britain, women over the age of 30 now got the right to vote, with the Representation of the People's Act of 1918 passed by Parliament in the United Kingdom. In 1952, Elizabeth II becomes the Queen of the United Kingdom and all her realms and territory upon the death of George VI, and she's still now the Queen of England of the United Kingdom to this day. Jack Kilby in 1959 patented the first patent for an integrated circuit, which completely changed the history of all sorts of computers. In 1988, Michael Jordan's famous signature slam dunk from his free throw line became pop culture. Was in February 6, 1988, he did his famous dunk. All the Jumpman logos you see, it happened on February 6th. And finally in 2018, SpaceX Falcon Heavy, a super heavy launch vehicle, made its maiden flight into space. So that's going to be for some of the events. Some of the most notable births in our timeline. If you go way back into the 1600s, there's some famous births, including quite a few of them. In see all biographies in this day. There's quite a few major birthdays on February the 6th. There's been lots of births. Some of the most famous people born on this day include Babe Ruth, the greatest baseball player in history. One of the most influential baseball player of all time, was born on February 6, 1895, and he became the most famous baseball player in history. Ronald Reagan, the 40th president of the U.S., Ronald Reagan was born on February 6, 1911, and became one of the most influential presidents of the 1980s, and definitely of the 20th century, one of the most influential presidents. Now, if you're a fan of music, well, there's another one born on February 6th, Bob Marley, the pioneer of reggae, the main music that came out of Jamaica. He was born on February 6, 1945. also some pretty well-known deaths as well. One of them, and one more person that was also born on February 6th, was Aaron Burr, the third president of the United States. As well. Now, some notable deaths that occurred here include Arthur Ashe, the first black winner of a major single tennis championship. Passed away on February 6, 1993. George VI of the King of England during the time, from 1936 to 52, passed away on February 6, 1952. And Charles II of Britain and England passed away in 1685. Some pretty notable people born and died on that. And friends, all posted on my Discord for more people that born and passed away during that time. There's been quite a few. So that talks about the day of February the 6th. Yeah, it's quite a day. It is. So much hype and nothing new, but we're still working on it. So if you guys don't mind, I'll be giving out a few shout-outs, if you guys don't mind. First one, he just rated me today, but guys, you should really check out Geeky Decimus. Really awesome content creator. His streams are really chill, and even though he may be mute, Dinky's an awesome content creator, a very supportive individual, and I'm very happy to support him in his channel. And I'm glad to see him grow so much. The next person I want to actually shout out is going to be Kaharia. Though she streams too. She streams Saturdays as well. But Kaharia is another great friend to the community as well. Kaharia is really awesome. So thank you so much, Kaharia. I really appreciate you being here. Then the next one, Flying for Paul. He just recently got affiliate. He's a bush pilot like me, and he's currently planning to do an around the world trip in the X Cub for charity. So I hope you guys check him out. I really appreciate you go check out Flying for Paul. Hello there, Tomo's World. Thank you so much. And Tomo's World just came by, so I gotta give Tomo's one too. I gotta give the shouts to all the wonderful people in this community. Tomo's World from Germany. He's also a music artist too. He's doing the around the world trip, going all around the world as well. So I want to give Tomo's a shout out as well. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. These are all great content creators, by the way. Some really good ones. So many awesome individuals. So thank you guys so much for being here today. So fly with me today. Let's get the pilots who fly with me today. So we have Count Zep, Friends All, Papa Joe B, Martel, and Dougal McTavish are all flying with me today. Thank you guys so much. I'm having a great day, Thomas. I really appreciate it today. Today's been a great day so far. I can't wait to see the rest of the day. We're just flying around Russia? Should we try land for Nishi Untisk? Yes, we're gonna do that actually. That's part of the notes today. Yeah, we're gonna try and make a land there, guys. So guys, when we get to waypoint 2, let me pull up the map. When we hit here, we're gonna actually try and make a landing here. We're gonna land right here. That's gonna be about about 100 more nautical miles, but we're going to try and make a landing here, because that's what the notes. Yeah. But if you look at this, we're getting some much better terrain now. We're getting some really, really good terrain here. And once we go further south, like to Irkutsk and all that, Irkutsk, we're gonna get to some much better terrain, and the next leg is going to be my most anticipated leg. It's gonna be the best leg because we're gonna be flying through Lake Baikal. That's gonna be a very epic flight. But we're gonna have some really good legs as well. So I'm very, very excited for these flights. I didn't have time to good to see you. So we're going to talk about later today about the Russian cuisine. I'm going to talk about after we get landed at Nizhny Novgorod. So we're going to go land there. Goblin Zeus, Goblin, what's up? Goblin Zeus, my good friend. I hope you're doing great today. I know we have some amazing people here today. Thank you so much. Yeah, today's going to be a very nice and awesome day. That's for sure. What is it? Oh yeah, Captain Seppi runs that Alaska Bush Company. I forgot one more guy. Captain Seppi, really, really awesome guy. Captain Seppi is chill. He is a dude after all. He runs his own bush company too. So he does a lot of flights in Alaska as well. I may do one soon. And he's also doing the Pan Am around the world trip as well. So I definitely highly recommend you check out Captain Seppi. He's awesome. I'm just gonna put it that way. He's awesome. I did shout out Flying for Paul. I shouted him out earlier, but I can go ahead and give him another shout out if you want. Let's go do another shout out for Flying for Paul. Yeah, Flying for Paul, again, a really awesome content creator. He does Microsoft Flight Simulator. He just got affiliate, and I really like his streams as well. Flying for Paul, really cool content creator. And I'm so happy he got affiliate the other day. I'm so happy. No worries, Seppi. No worries, Captain Seppi. You've earned those shoutouts for helping my channel grow. And he's British. Yeah, of course, you can't go wrong with British. And he's also going to do the round world trip with the X-Cub at some point for charity, which is going to be awesome. Doesn't someone have a mesh for Antarctica? K-Ward, Aerosoft has it on their shop. They have the British with their scenery from Aerosoft. I definitely should get it at some point. I have the Twin Otter. Yeah, British. The only thing the British have an issue with is cuisine. Is that sometimes Britain gets unfairly stereotyped as having stale cuisine. I think it's kind of unfair. That's me. I fly the Twin Otter. I love the Twin Otter. Yeah, I love the Twin Otter. Here's the thing about the Twin Otter. If you can get past the sound issues on this it is amazing once you get past the sandwich. Because the Twin Otter just flies so good. It's stable. It's stable. It flies really easily. It trims nicely. And there's a lot of value with the skis and floats too. Lots of value for the money. And it flies great too. And it's got some really nice cockpit stuff too. The cockpit's also really cool too. Now, I did hear from news a couple days ago that Aerosoft have gotten this license for new sounds, but that's not going to come to a couple months. But I mean, once they get that fixed, the Twin R should be gold. It's going to be a. What about Bangers and Mash? No, I actually did enjoy shepherd's pie one time. I had a British restaurant food in Panama City Beach. I had the shepherd's pie. Which I think was pretty good, actually. It's weird that Aerosoft released the DLC. Well, here's the thing, K-Ward. The Aerosoft thing, they're going to come out with more stuff for Antarctica, and they're going to improve with more quality airports and stuff for Antarctica. Rothera is not going to be the only airport for Antarctica coming out from them. They're going to release more of them in the future. That's probably from what I know. That's why we only got Volume 1. Newsfan says the Twin Otter is great, so many variants too, and they will fix it. Yeah, the fact Aerosoft's willing to fix the sound issues and all that, I think tells you that they're going to make this support the plane for as long as they can. Yeah, even the update audio is okay, just not as good as the Kodiak. No. Yeah, the Kodiak quality-wise is definitely a better plane, but the Twin Otter for me, like I said, is much more fun for me to fly. It's a much more fun plane. Are you in southern Indiana? I very much am. I'm only like 20 minutes outside of the city of Louisville. The Kodiak has sent back visiting G1000. One thing about shepherd's pie, there are no shepherds in the pie. Oh. Aerosoft had a nice Antarctica complete in FSX with the Twin Otter. Yeah, they certainly used some of that. Yep. You need both, though. Fuel is required over water. Yep. Absolutely. You definitely need the dual over water. Check my fuel. Okay, 61% fuel. Just want to check. AFK for a few minutes. No worries, Nights Up. Yeah, the scenery here is much better now when we get to the forests and hills. The scenery is so much better. I mean, if you take a look out here, the scenery is definitely much better now once we get to the forest. And look at this, we even get a few of the hills. Plus you want those 2 engines over Arctic and Alaska. Yeah. Yeah, you definitely want the 2 engines, especially over some of the rough terrain. And it carries fuel too. Go to Louisville, Kentucky. I go there all the time. Molly balloons. I will keep that in mind. Seffi, thank you. Yeah, Louisville's a very awesome city to visit in the United States. Like, Louisville is like a very interesting city, to say the least. It's the southernmost city in the north and the northernmost southern city. It's got a lot of things going for it. It's got tons of history. Yeah, Louisville's got great, in the sim it also has photogrammetry too, which I fly over Louisville quite a bit in the sim. It's definitely a very nice city as well. It's got lots of sporting teams, it's got global basketball's huge in the city. Obviously you got the Muhammad Ali Museum, and of course who could forget the Kentucky Derby. Hosted every year in, it's hosted every single year since 1875. Yeah, Galaxy Kong's a big one. And obviously the Louisville Slugger Factory Museum. Yeah, that's right, Seppi. The Louisville Factory Museum. I've been to that so many times. I still love that museum. In fact, one of my family members works there at the Louisville Slugger plant, and he helps, and he sees a lot of the stuff in the museum. And I definitely need to go back there and check out the Bat Vault. That thing has so much history. Beg to differ, Baltimore. Yeah, Baltimore's the other one too. But for a lot of people, Louisville's one too. There's lots of trees. Yeah, Siberia has a crap ton of trees down here. Yeah, Siberia has lots of trees. In fact, mostly the trees here in Russia are usually spruces, pines, and larches. There's lots of trees in Siberia. And in fact, Siberia has probably the world's largest forest. There's so many trees because there's so many forests in Russia. There's just so many of them. In fact, as a fact, according to the World Wildlife Foundation, WWF, Russia is home to 1/5 of the world's forest areas, around 763.5 million hectares, as well. And these are boreal forests, too. In fact, believe it or not, its boreal forests are larger than the Amazon. Yes, so all these forests all throughout Russia, all the boreal forests, that's larger than the entirety of the Amazon. That's insane. That's an insanely large amount of forest. In fact, I'll talk more about Russia's geography next week. That's going to be next week's theme, is geography. So you get climate, mountains and hills. I'll talk about some of Russia's other natural landmarks, its forest, as well. Talk about Russia's wildlife. I'll talk all about that. Like, Russia's got so much to offer for a natural beauty touch. Boreal means relating to the forest areas of the North Temperate Zone. That's right. Spruce, fir, and pine. Yep. Russia's got lots of those trees. In fact, Russia's got the most trees of any country in the world. It's pretty amazing to think about. Yeah, on the map, Russia, especially Eastern, is vast. It is actually huge. It was a good thing Russia got to Siberia, though, or else... I mean, the fact that Russia managed to actually take all of that land is extremely impressive, and they did it pretty fast, too, which is... I was joking about the World Update Russia China. I was joking about the size of World Update Russia China, LOL. It'd be nice to get paid to fly. That's a lot of data. Yeah, tell me about it. If someone had to do a world update for Russia, which include the photogrammetry improvements, like, on the data, I don't even want to know the size of it. I don't even want to know. It'd probably be like 20 gigs or something. 10 or 20 gigs. I don't even want to know the Orbex size if they did a mesh for this. I don't even want to know. Would it be like 50 gigs to do all of Russia? 50? Just stretching. Yeah, there's forest everywhere. Yeah, think about data. Yeah, 50 to 100 gigs. Pretty amazing stuff if you ask me. So according to my map, we're around about 80 nautical miles from our waypoint. Turn on the autopilot. Yes, a lot of people forget this plane does have an autopilot. Gonna just stretch for a little bit. And we get the plane back to its proper position. So I want to ask you guys I hope you all have had a great weekend so far. For me, I flew with Splasher 6 yesterday on his cadet series, and he has done some really awesome stuff. He's been recreating his father's World War II training, and I flew with him from Keflavik in Iceland, and we flew all the way to Aldergrove in Ireland, in Northern Ireland, I believe. And I went over to one of the old World War II train sites during that time, Nuts Corner. So we took the DC-6 and all that, and it was a great time. I had a good time with Splasher 6. Another amazing guy for the community as well. I know Splasher 6 isn't here, but I'm going to go ahead and give him a shout out because he has probably been one of my biggest supporters, if not probably the biggest. And he just cracked 200 followers yesterday too. So I'm very, very happy for him. He's grown a lot. Yeah, he's usually too late. Yeah, because obviously he's from the United States for the same reason I am. That's another reason I try to keep it early in the day. But yeah, please check out Splasher 6. He is probably one of my biggest supporters. Honestly, he's been a huge help for me. And he's usually one of my trusty mods out here too. Then also, Allison also did her Amelia Earhart flight yesterday. I didn't participate, but I did watch. I was busy getting everything ready. Okay, Viper community, you're gonna go into the grocery store. Thank you so much for coming, Captain Seppi. I hope things are gonna be all right in the grocery store. I hope you stay safe out there while you get the groceries, Captain Seppi, and I hope we'll see you in a little bit, Captain Seppi. Take care. Oh, and guys, one more thing I do want to talk about. I'm very lucky that ice storm did not affect me. That ice storm, I had a big ice storm a couple days ago. It was ice, and then it was all rain. And I'm just very lucky the rain never took out my power. So I survived the rainstorm, but it was cold and we got a lot of snow. So definitely very, very lucky if you ask me. So if you guys haven't checked it out yet, I do have my Discord here. My Discord here has gotten all the stuff for the Berlin-Beijing flight. It's got information. You can even tell me what kind of ideas I can have for Wednesday's flights on those Wednesdays. So definitely lots of things to check out. I really appreciate you guys check out the Discord. We got a really awesome community here too, related to all sorts of different flight communities, not just MERS, but Fabios and Two Cats communities as well. And then I also have a YouTube where I put all my previous VODs. So if you want to catch up to my streams, or if you've missed out on one of my streams and you wanted to watch the VOD for it, I have it here on the link. So definitely some really awesome things going on in the channel. So I really appreciate it. But seriously, thank you guys so much. Just, I know I may seem grateful, but trust me, I'm grateful for everyone. We locked down the mid-eastern part of Pennsylvania as well. That's awesome. Yeah, thank goodness. Yeah, I'm very lucky too. We lucked out as well. Ooh, look at this. That's awesome. Look at that with the hills and valleys and all that. That's like amazing flying. That looks really really. That looks absolutely amazing, dude. This is cool. Yeah, I've done some major flying around Siberia and all that, and definitely, it may not be like the most mountainous place, but the forest and all the stuff gives it some unique terrain. It reminds me a lot of the Pacific Northwest with that terrain. Definitely very, very cool. Eric Flight, hey Eric! Good to see you, Eric Flight. I hope things have been going well with your streams and such. Good to have you here, Eric. I really appreciate you showing up. And Fire Sandy 2022. Hello there. Good morning to all of you here, Fire Sandy. I hope things are doing well on your end. I really appreciate you being here. I have quite an awesome cast flying with me today for my birthday. Friends to all with me in the ATR 600. We actually have Dougal McTavish in the Flying Hour Spit. Then we have Count Sepp, the one who helped set up this whole journey in the Junkers, of course. Martel 738, one of the other really good friends in the community, is flying the Arrow. And then behind me is Papa Joe B is here as well. So we have lots of people flying with us today. So the Junkers is flying fantastically as always. The Junkers is smooth. The Junker is flying amazing today. It's been going extremely well. So Fire Sandy and Eric, if you just got here, we took off from Krasnoyarsk. We went past Konsk for our first waypoint. We're going to actually attempt a landing here at Irkutsk. And then once we do that, we'll take back off again and go another 237 nautical miles to the city of Irkutsk on the banks of the Angara River. So definitely we got lots of flying to do, that's for sure. Lots of flying. But it's going to be a great flight, that's for sure. Junkers trim activity goes on like a tank. It is. And I like that it's really easy to trim. Not sure what this aircraft's showing the label. You're in the Seneca. Ooh. Yeah, the Seneca is, from what I heard, is one of the better Carinata planes. Though Fabio's had issues with it the other day when he did his journey flights. Thanks for the birthday wishes, Eric. I really appreciate it. I don't sim in Russia, but you should try at some point. If I recommend simming in Russia, if you want to do a flight in Russia, here's a really good place I recommend you doing. You fly around this part of Siberia. You fly from Irkutsk into Ulan-Ude, into Chita and all that, because you actually have a mix of mountains to the west, and then you obviously have Lake Baikal, which is an enormous lake. This area here is absolutely beautiful, and there's also some really good landing strips all over the place, right next to rivers, a lot of the water. Like those are in the bush is quite good. Yes, I know it's not exactly the tallest or the hilliest, but I've done plenty of flying in the country, so I probably know what to expect. Let's play some classical. for going through all the little hills and such too. Well, originally, the reason we did... Now, here's the reason why we're flying this route, though. We had to avoid the mountains and hills that were all over the area, because if they did a straight route, he would have gone through quite a few of the hills, and he also still wanted to follow the railway. And if you notice, we're still following the Trans-Siberian Railway. We're still following it. Yeah, the scenery is much better here now. It's not nearly as flat. That's why the scenery here is so much better. The scenery here is actually really, really nice. There's lots of little rivers to fly over. There's hills. The forest are everywhere. Yeah, the satellite data isn't the greatest. Fine. But I like flying in this part of Russia. Like, Siberia is absolutely much better to fly than the rest of Russia. The only exception would be to the north, where you have all the different lakes, and then it's basically like Finland at this point with all the lakes. That's probably the only suggestion about flying in Russia. So there's some other people working in the chat. There's quite a few people working in the chat. It's hello to all you guys too. I really appreciate all you guys being here. It is amazing here. Now, for the parts of the series here, so for the notes here today, we should be arriving here about 10:45. At 10:35, we should be landing here pretty soon. Okay. I'm gonna have to reset the clock a little. My apologies. I gotta reset the clock. I want to make it accurate to the notes. So a lot of this area is densely wooded, and believe it or not, Robert Knopf, who actually flew this trip, he mused about some of the animals that were living there at the time. There were deer, moose, boars, wolves, bears, lots of and then obviously the foxes, badgers, and sable were all hunted for their furs. And I'll be talking more about the animals there next week, but Russia's got a lot of animal biodiversity too. Despite the fact it may not seem like diverse, but Russia actually has a lot of diverse animals living in the area. It's pretty crazy how much different species of animals and plants live. And of course, Russia also has the world's largest forest reserve. It's just pretty insane about Russia. Like this flight here is giving me a whole new impression of Russia. Yeah, I mean, he marked there's just so much forest. It's neat. I see quite a few names lurking in the chat. And want to say hello to all of you. Thank you guys so much for being here. Even the people working in the chat, I really appreciate it as well. Yeah, the scenery here is fantastic here in Russia. Even if the data isn't nearly good, the forest, there's just so much forest. The forest here is insane. There's just so much of it. Yeah, I mean, there's hills. Like, this is absolutely awesome. See, this is why I'm more excited for the later lakes in the chat, because the scenery is so much better. it is far. The scenery here is now far better than the original was. Let's look at the tracker. I have it on my two-tone panel. Look at the tracker. There's me, there's Martel, there's Knight Zepp. These are all the people in the two-tone Murphy tracker. Okay, we're not very far from each other. So guys, for in-course meal today, I brought, since this is one of the longer flights, I brought in some specialties. Caviar, I brought in some bellinis, beef stroganoff, and some beautiful bellini as well. Bellinis, beef stroganoff, bellinis, caviar, got one. With many different kinds of drinks, including tea, kvass, beer, vodka, plenty of things to drink. Bellini and caviar washed down with vodka. Bliss. Yeah. I'll talk more about caviar, but trust me, that stuff does not come cheap. I will definitely tell you that. It is not gonna come out, it's not gonna come cheap. But yeah, there's so much stuff coming pretty soon. It's just really, really impressive. So, for all those who just got the new bunkers biplane, tell me your thoughts about it. I didn't catch the two-tone Murphy stream this morning. So I'm curious to see if that new biplane's any good. You have a big purse. Yeah, you need to have a big purse to have caviar. I get it once a year. Yeah, trust me, caviar is expensive. I flew the Buckner, huge fun. Ah, nice. I wonder how it's going to compare, though, to the Stearman, though. Because that's the other really good biplane by DC Designs. That's another really, really popular So the place we're flying to is a place called, it's called Nizhneudinsk. Town of 37,000 people, located in the Uda River. That place is founded in 1648. It was granted as a town in 1783. it's named to distinguish it from Irkutsk, which is now the town known as Ulan-Ude. That's going to be next leg. It stands on the Trans-Siberian Railway, and it has actually a small airport, UIIN, but for some reason it's not in the sim though. I wonder if it was closed. Let's check. I mean, the Buckner is nicer for the cockpit, for the textures cockpit. Flying I like both, but the Buckner has a simple autopilot. Yeah, that's really interesting though. That's cool, there, Goblin Zeus. Definitely really cool. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of things I'm very much interested in. Wow. Well, thanks for pointing that out. I bought it just before this flight. Go check it out. No worries. By the way, Dougal, I'm really impressed you managed to keep up with me in a Spitfire. That's really impressive. Keeping up with the youngsters in a Spit. Is there cruise control in the older pilots? I don't think so. For the Junkers, there is no altitude. It's only heading for the Junkers. The Junkers only works for heading, not for altitude. Thankfully, this plane's so easy to trim. Altitude isn't even an issue. Google says so many planes and not enough money. Yeah, I don't make enough money on my stuff. So I'm very cautious about how much I spend. So I'm just being really careful. That's why I'm being patient for the kinds of planes I want to fly. I'm just patient. Like, I'm not made of money, you know. And there's still a lot of really good planes I haven't even gotten yet. Flaps out, lol. In the manual, they explain their choice to make the Buckner. Very interesting. Some found the sound could be better, but nothing bad. Yeah, they could work on the sound, but I mean, they could, from what I've known, they could have done with much worse. As my parents always told me, money doesn't grow on trees, lol. Except what do you think makes the money? Hey, Chimko has just followed. Chimko, good to have you here. Chimko, how you been? I hope your day's been going great. So yeah, I'm having a great birthday flight here today. We're in Russia. We're heading away to Irkutsk. We're gonna try and make a landing here at Nizhneudsk on the banks of the Reka-Unda River. What would have been Uniform India Nickel. there's actually 2 airports, runway 13 or runway 31. I'm gonna land straight in runway 13, and that's the 135-degree heading. We're gonna land there. I mean, yeah, there's just so much forest here. It's insane. There's so much forest here. Like, usually in a lot of places, Timko, wonderful, love it, Junker, happy birthday. Thank you so much, Timko. Yeah, the Junkers is great, and if you haven't gotten the Junkers yet, thankfully, this is made from a Asobo. Microsoft and I believe someone else worked on it as well, along with it. And you can get this beautiful plane for $15. It comes with 4 different versions. The one here, you see here, the 1939 version. It also has floats, skis, and then a more modern retrofit version with modern avionics and such. And that's what I'm going to take the next J52 journey, heading from Miami to Hamburg. It's gonna be a crazy good flight, if you ask me. So I'm really looking forward to doing this as well. There may be houses on the runway. Oh. If there are houses on the runway, I am not attempting that land. I mean, J52 isn't very cheap. It's not a cheap plane. Junkers need simple modern AP to do long flights. Yeah, but it wouldn't be historically very accurate though, Goblin. It wouldn't be very historically accurate. And to be fair, this plane is so easy to trim, I don't think you even need an autopilot with this thing. Mind you, I'm doing a lot of this hand flying, by the way. The only thing I'm using this heading bug is just to make sure I'm in the right heading. I know, but I prefer to get this option. Yep. But I need to look at the runway first before I decide to make the landing. But we're not far at all. We're only around less than 15 nautical miles away from this. Yeah, we're less than 15 nautical miles away. And then we start a really, really long rig. Another 237 nautical miles of journey. Normally I would agree with you, but the Junkers doesn't need it. Exactly. The thing is super stable. Like, it's so stable, you don't need the autopilot. It is that stable. Though it would be nice to have, take a course, yeah, that is another part I agree. That is what I need to agree with you on this one too. The autopilot, it's not internally that's the issue. When you're in the cockpit, the autopilot works fine. It's when you leave the cockpit on external in drone cam, that is an issue. That needs to be worked on at some point. So yeah, unfortunately there's no closest airport though. No, none of the airports end up being the closest. And it's gonna be a while till we get another really close airport. But I mean, it makes sense though. Russia's so remote. Airlock Doc, hey, it's been a while since I last seen you. Airlock Doc, great to have you here. Thanks for coming here. We're in Russia right now. We're doing leg 9. This is the second longest leg of the entire trip. You can spawn near the custom point. Yeah. Or if you're friends with me, actually, here's another way you can do it. You can actually send me a friend request. So if you want to join in and you don't know where I'm at, you can actually befriend me, and you now know where I'm at all times. You can spawn me. I'm going to go ahead and try to lower the altitude here. Just lower the altitude here. I'm going to adjust the trim a little. Just so that way I can send a little safely. I wanted to send too fast. Papa Joe B. Fun flying along for a short time, but needs to allow. May check back later. Thank you so much, Papa Joe B. Thanks for flying with me today, Papa Joe. I really appreciate you flying with me. That makes me really happy that you at least got the time to fly with me. And even if you didn't, you being in the chat is really appreciated. Thank you so much, Papa Joe. I really, really appreciate it. And it means a lot. Thank you. So there's Count Zepp and Brent All. There is Martel. So now we reach into the city as well. There's Dougal still in the air. I'm going to check, make sure the runway looks safe before I attempt to make the landing. Set the time. We're going to set the time to 10:13. Okay, we're back to the railroad. There's the railroad for the Trans-Siberian Railway. I covered that all last week. The Trans-Siberian Railway is a massive railway. And if you guys wanted to know more about it, let me go ahead and pop it up. So this is some of the routes that took from the Trans-Siberian Railway. Just to even give you the idea of the scale of the railway, this just gives you some of the idea of the scale of it. From Moscow all the way to Beijing is where we're following, and it's going to take over 8,000 miles. Is the runway even safe? I don't think it's a good idea to land here. I don't think so. I'm going to go ahead and get past the landing, or I'm just going to go straight, if you guys don't mind. Due to the fact the runway doesn't exist, we're just going to go straight on ahead if you guys don't mind. Don't think there's very much a safe run. There isn't much of a runway. As much as I want to land it, there isn't a very safe option. I don't feel like landing here would be too dangerous. So I'm going to go over the notes for when we reach here. The notes once we land here, the airport still exists, but satellite imagery is not available, unfortunately. I guess I can make a quick landing. So let's go ahead and make this landing then. Thanks, Viperstrike. It's dinner time here. It's time for me to bail. Thanks for the flight. No, thank you, Dougal, for coming here today. I really, really am happy to have you here. I hope you enjoy your dinner there, Dougal. So we're gonna land. I'm gonna try and make a landing here. Okay. The lion's gonna here. Oh, this is gonna be interesting. 114 feet per second. Oh boy. Please lose speed. Definitely an interesting landing, that's for sure. That ended up being really, really interesting. So we didn't land on the runway, but we landed somewhere next to it. So we have friends all trying to land here. This is interesting as well. So they took a 2-hour break on the runway. So in the notes, Dr. Robinos took a 2-hour break. They was very hot, so they actually had to have some tea in the shade of the airplane wings. So they took 2 hours. So we will set this to around 12:49, and we're gonna go ahead and try and take off again. So we're gonna take off here. We're gonna go ahead and get this taxi. I picked a nice field the other side of the river. Yeah, I picked what's the closest thing to the land area though. Okay. 20. And we're off. Yes, this thing is a stall plane. But in all actuality though, the Junkers, Martin Kiden once took off with this plane at less than 400 feet. At one time. One time he managed to do that. And I'm not kidding. Someone actually can take off this thing less than 400 feet. And this thing with full cargo can take off at 1,200 feet. Just like the Twin Otter could. That's pretty awesome. So yeah, people said, oh, you can't use stall in this thing. Oh, actually, you very much could use stall. Not so much the stall landing, but the stall takeoff. So we're now going to pick back up. We're going to go back to the direction 132 degree heading. And we're going to pick back the right heading. In addition, I've also refueled again. I'm going to refuel it back to 75%. 70% fuel. Yeah, 72% would be good. We're going to climb back to the same altitude and back to being 1,000 meters again. So we're going to go back to around 1,000, which is around 3,000 feet. Now, Dr. Robinos did say that the climbing thing was quite difficult due to the fact the hot air doesn't lift you as much. But the thing is, they did the G-24, which wasn't very powerful. This Junkers is way more powerful.
lifting with this thing isn't going to be really difficult, if you ask me. I'm going to go ahead and lower the trim. I'm going to go ahead back to the original 100 heading. Let's see who's still flying with us today. So flying with us still is Count Zepp and Martel 738, and Friend to All is probably in front of us, I believe. But now we're flying out of here. We're going to fly to our next destination. So I think it'll be a good time to talk about our main topic for today. This actually is a good time. And let's talk about a bit about Russian cuisine. I know some of you guys are still here. All the people still here. We're going to be talking about Russian cuisine today. I know this is inspired by quite a few of the flight sim community. Mainly CDL usually does something with food. So I bet he's going to be a pretty big fan of this as well. So let's pull up our Russian cuisine slides. I've got all of those set up here today. So let's go ahead and talk about Russian cuisine for us. So Russian cuisine. Russian cuisine is a collection of different dishes and cooking traditions of the Russian people. Now a lot of this stuff comes from the pre-Soviet times, and it comes from all sorts of different social circles. Now, the history of Russian cuisine is divided by 4 different groups. First, Old Russian cuisine, which existed all the way to the 14th century. Then we have the Old Moscow cuisine. Then the one era divided by Peter the Great and Catherine the Great of the 18th century, and then St. Petersburg cuisine, which took place at the end of the 18th century to the 1860s as well. The national Russian cuisine has evolved into a multicultural and multi-ethnic state with strong influence from the culture of many different ethnic groups that live within the country's borders. And there has been a lot of different cuisines because Russia has lots of ethnic groups. In fact, Russia, due to the fact Russia has such a large country, has over 193 different ethnic groups around the world. So that means Russia has a lot of different ethnic diversity. But the history of Russia's cuisine goes way back. In the old Russian period of Russian cuisine, a lot of the main foods consisted of bread, grains, and foods that contain starch. And the reason for a lot of that has to do with the fact that starch has a lot of carbohydrates. And carbohydrates were used to actually give energy because they provided immediate energy to last for the winters. Women during that time baked a lot of different kinds of pies with fillings like mushrooms or berries. And during the gathering, bread and salt was always present. Kashka, which basically is porridge, we'll talk more about that specifically, were very popular and represented as well-being to the household. And of course, honey and all that were still popular, and they made gingerbread, which is still very popular to this day. In the Old Moscow tradition, now Old Moscow tradition as well, in the 17th century, they did not have low carbs. No, in these days. No, they needed to have the carbohydrates. Russian cold means they need to have some energy. In the 17th century, cuisine was separated based on the economic classes rather than food. For example, the rich aristocrats had meat and delicacies, including caviar, which caviar is a pretty big deal when you ask about Russia's food. The poor Russia had more simple dishes. However, during that century, more different foods appeared due to the new countries being annexed, including Ukraine, all throughout Siberia. With all those countries annexed, they were able to get more food and such. And eventually later on, Poland would be annexed. Some Polish traditions come into Russia. And during the Peter and Catherine the Great era, mincemeat was extremely popular and was incorporated into lots of different dishes, and other European countries' cuisine was also mixed into Russian. Finally, the last era, which is the Petersburg cuisine, featured a lot of French, German, Dutch, and Italian meals being incorporated, like lamb and pork. And those still became popular to this day as their influences were still popular. The French also popularized potatoes and tomatoes, and that's why you find out that they've been integrated into Russian dishes. However, due to the long-lasting cold winter, many dishes were made to be preserved, though they pickled a lot of them. Pickles were very popular. And due to the fact Russia's cold climate made harsh climate, a lot of the food was made from fish, pork, poultry, mushrooms, berries, and honey. All sorts of different types of cereals, and they made all sorts of different breads. Very popular. The 20th century saw the decline of elite cuisine due to the fact that the states tried to be more egalitarian, and in the disappearance of the old imperial elites, meaning that the Soviet cuisine was a fusion of the national different cuisines. But once the Soviet Union fell, the culinary world of Russia has been much more diverse, and all sorts of different stuff as well. Hey, Splasher6! Happy birthday! Good to see you, Splasher. Let me give you a shout out. You've been amazing. Splasher6, thank you for your support for all these months. Thank you so much. So let's talk about the next topic. How about one of the most important parts of Russian cuisine? Soups. So, soups basically have played a big role in the Russian cuisine and have been there for thousands of years. Russian soups can be divided into 7 major categories of soups. First, chilled soups based on kvass, such as tartaria, Orozhka, and botanina. Light soups based on water and vegetables. Noodle soups, which contain meat, mushrooms, or milk. Cabbage soups, most notably shichi. Thick soups based on meat broth with a salty, sour base, like Rosolinik and Solenka. Fish soups, like Kuka. And finally, grain and vegetable soups. There's about 7 of those. And these traditional staple soups have all been increased more by the 18th and 17th centuries as well. These are all the different kinds of soups and traditions. But what about some of the most notable soups? Now, there's been lots of them, but I'm going to talk about the most notable of them. The first one on the list is, now the picture isn't there, but Orozhka is actually a cold soup. Now, it's not the one in the picture though, but Orozhka is a cold soup of Russian origin and is a mix of mostly raw vegetables, boiled potatoes, eggs, and cooked meat made with kvass. The ingredients of this are diced and mixed with the kvass before eating. And it's very similar to cereal to milk. But instead of grains and milk, it's vegetables and kvass, basically like that. And due to the fact that the mixtures like this, the vegetables have a very unique texture as they were similar to that. And even though the ingredients are similar to those in a Russian salad, its taste is quite different. And pork Okrasha is mostly served in the summertime, believe it or not, because the soup combines the refreshing taste of kvass, the drink, with the lightness of a salad. Its salt and sugar can be added according to taste. And there's even recipes with mineral water. It's always served cold. Sometimes ice cubes are added to serve portions to keep soup cold and hot water. The next one, and I think one of the most important, and this one's been the main Russian soup, and that is shichi. Shichi has been the main Russian soup for all the way back from the 9th century, and that's the top picture is shichi. Shichi has been around since the 9th century, and has been the main dish, first course in Russian cuisine. And although tastes have changed, it has made its way. It has no social boundaries and is popular for both the rich and the poor. And it has a unique taste because it was left to draw on the Russian stoves. Now, this soup is made of cabbage. In fact, you can even make a sour version if it was used, a sour version. And then green shichi is when you use it based on sorrel spinach. That'll hurt some things. So shacha is the main recipe for shichi. It was originally cabbage, meat, mushrooms, flowers, and spices are the main components in this. And in more times and later times, it was mixed with black pepper and bay leaf. And sometimes meat was substituted with fish as well. So this is a very, very popular Russian dish. Mainly it's made with cabbage, meat, carrots, spicy herbs, and sour components. And the final one is, the final Russian soup I want to talk about is an iconic one. And even though it's Ukrainian origin, it's still a major part of Russian cuisine, and I'm talking about borscht. Borscht, it was originated from Ukraine, and it's actually a beet soup, made of beets. That's what gives this soup its iconic red coloring. Its iconic red coloring. This soup, it's made with broth, beets, and tomatoes with various different vegetables as well. It also contains meat or bone stock as well, with sauteed vegetables as well. And depending on the recipe, you can even have meat or fish, or even be purely vegetarian. And it's versatile enough that it can be served both hot or cold, making it really popular. And it has many different kinds of texture for the broth, like a hearty broth or a drink, and it's often served with samita or sour cream, hard-boiled eggs, or potatoes. And the reason why it got popular in Russia was because once they annexed Ukraine all the way back in the 1700s, the tradition of borscht spread throughout the Russian Empire, and has been really popular since, which is really cool. But it's been a world famous dish for Easter. The next type is going to be salads. Now, salad has not really been that important. So there's been quite a few salads, but there's two main salads. First is the Olivier Salad, or Russian salad, which is a mayonnaise-based potato salad. It's known for its diced textures, and it's also got its contrasting different flavors, because it has pickles, which is tart and sour. You have hard-boiled eggs, boiled carrots, boiled potatoes, meat, and peas. And this dish is very popular for the New Year buffets. Definitely a very interesting dish, that's for sure. And it's gotten popularity throughout the entire world, especially in Russophone communities as well. which is very popular. But here's the second and most interesting salad on here. This is called, I hope I don't butcher this, still a deca pod shuboi, aka, or shuba, from the Russian word shuba, or fur coat. It's also known as dressed herring. And this dish is basically chopped salted herring under a coat of cooked beef, sometimes with a layer of egg or other vegetables, and it's very popular as a New Year's dish. Basically, the ingredients include pickled herring, grated boiled eggs, vegetables like potatoes, carrots, and beetroots, onions, and mayonnaise. And it's very popular in Russia, especially for New Year's celebrations. Definitely a very unique dish, that's for sure. A friend told by her mother as a child that borscht is red because it's human blood. She can't even see it today. No, it's not human blood. Borscht is made of, it's beet, not blood. It is pretty cool to ask me about the foods. So the next part is going to be the porridge. Now, porridges have been well-known part of Russian cuisine for thousands of years, for about well over 1,000 years. And the reason is that in Russia, there's lots of different cereals that grow there. And in Russian, the word kasha refers to any kind of porridge. And the Russian people have become incredibly skilled with the preparation of all these cereal grains. In particular, the most popular are buckwheat, millet, semola, oats, barley, and rice. Traditionally, such cereal porridge is cooked in milk, especially if it's cooked to be served for breakfast. Alternatively, you can add butter, salt, sugar, different jams, fresh fruit, and berries for altering the taste, which is really important. And Russians may put it into a soup plate or soup bowl and add a mugful of different milk, creating a soup like pashka. It can also be served as a side dish too, and the one particular in the pit is one with milk, pashka. Pretty important too as well. There's a picture of that. Looks absolutely delicious. I would definitely eat that, that's for sure. So now we get to the main dishes of Russia. Let's talk about some of the main dishes, and one of them is meat dishes. Now, meat dishes, there's three basic variations of meat dishes. One is a large boiled piece of meat. Usually it's cooked in a soup or a porridge, and then used as a second course, or it can be served cold. Particularly in koladettes. Then there's offal dishes, like liver and tripe, etc., and they usually bake in the pots with cereals. And finally, the whole fowl dishes are part of the bird, or a large piece of meat, like the rump, baked on a baking tray or oven called a zaraki, which is their term for oven. As a garnish, meat dishes in the past were most common porridges and cereals, in which the meat was boiled and then later boiled and steamed with root vegetables, as well as mushrooms. Additionally, the meat was garnished with pickled products like cabbage or soursop, apples, or cranberry. Now, some of the most popular meat dishes for Russia. And you can't get started with meat dishes without talking about the most important one of the most important dishes, pelmeni. Basically, pelmeni are unique in the fact that these are actually dumplings. And basically, they're dumplings containing meat and contents wrapped in a thin, uneven dough. Now, there's a debate on where it originated, with Ural and Siberia both having strong claims to be the ones to invent pelmeni. But pelmeni have been often described by many to be the heart of Russian cuisine itself. And they can be filled with all sorts of different ingredients. They can be filled with minced meat, like pork, lamb, beef, fish. Or you can also be filled with mushrooms, along with salt, pepper, and herbs. The dough itself is made from flour and water, and they usually add a small portion of eggs to it. In addition to this as well, it can also be served, they're commonly topped with sour cream, mayonnaise, dill, red onions, or vinegar, all of which have been traditional for the region and we produce within the climate. You can also add small amounts of cabbage, tomato, and horseradish as well. Now the origins of a similar dish came from ancient Greece, but apparently most people say the Ural might be the place for polenta, as the word derived from the Finnic Cone language as hel nen an, literally meaning purebred. One theory suggests that stuffed boiled dumplings in general originated in Siberia as a simple adaptation of the Chinese jiaozi, which is their take of their dumpling. Others suggest that polenta was carried by the Mongols as well, but it has become extremely popular among Russian hunters. And the reason it's also pretty popular is because polenta allows them to preserve meat during the Siberian winters. Thus, despite the Uralic origin, they were very much influenced by Siberia's way of cooking. There's lots of different regional differences depending on if it's made in Siberia or other regions. Sometimes in the east they add soy sauce, whereas others had sour cream and mustard. It can be packed frozen, and they can be found all over food stores across Russia and Ukrainian food stores. So yeah, polenta is very, very popular. It's a very popular dish. Another classic Russian dish, and something that's more modern, it's got international fame, beef stroganoff. However, beef stroganoff has really changed a lot from the original recipe. Now, originally, this was a Russian dish made with sauteed pieces of beef served on a sauce of mustard and sour cream. It originated all the way back in 19th century Russia and has been popular all around the world. However, there's been lots of variations from the original recipe. Though the name actually came from one of the members of the Stroganoff family, and a legend attributes the invention to the French chefs working within the factories. But several researchers actually pointed out that the recipe is refined from older Russian dishes that were very similar to it. One of the classic cookbooks from Elena Volkovitz, she did a gift to young housewives, one of the most successful cookbooks during the time. Eat the first recipe for beef stroganoff with mustard, and it involved actually beef cubes, not strips, prepared in a dry marinade of salt and allspice, and then was sauteed in butter. The sauce is a simple roux mixed with prepared mustard and broth, and finished with a small amount of sour cream. There are no onions, mushrooms, or alcohol involved to make beef stroganoff. And the recipes have really changed. For example, in 1891 as well. Then there's another recipe for stroganoff from 1909 that adds onions and tomato sauce with potato stroganoff, which are considered to be the traditional side dish for stroganoff in Russia. Then in 1938, there's a recipe with beef strips and onions with either mustard or tomato as well. Definitely a lot of variation from the recipe as a result. Then after the fall of the Tsarist Russia, this beef stroganoff actually gained a lot of popularity in the hotels and restaurants of China before World War II. And with Russian immigrants, the dish became even more popular in the 1950s. But a lot of the Russian restaurants at the time started with rice, but not with sour cream. And as a result, this food actually is prepared very differently, not just based on geography, but other factors as well, like the cut meat and all that. So you can serve beef stroganoff over noodles, but there are people that serve it with potato fries or rice. Makes it quite the unusual, versatile dish. And finally, the last one is going to be kolodets, or student. And basically, it's jellied chopped pieces of the pork and veal meat over it's usually served with basically it is actually, let me give you the picture. Let me go ahead and let me show you what it looks like. This is kolodets. And basically, it is jelly pieces of chopped pork or veal meat with some spice added, like pepper, parsley, garlic, bay leaf, and minor amounts of vegetables, like carrots and onions. And this is what it looks like, colladettes. Definitely something very unique, but they've made a lot of jellied sort of stuff as well. Sour cream seems to be a major thing in Eastern Europe. In Romania, they put it in every soup. It tasted, which tasted quite unusual. Yeah, but sour cream was actually very important in the Eastern European cultures. And the reason they put a lot of sour cream into a lot of it in Eastern Europe in particular, and why it was so popular, is because during Eastern Europe, it was usually pretty cold, so they had to put a lot of sour cream in foods as well. In fact, that product is called smetana. But they use it as in appetizers, courses, soups as well. They use it for all sorts of stuff. Very, very important food dish. Then we get to actually the fish. The fish is often used in dishes too. Now, fish was very important before the revolution, especially because in Russian East Orthodox, they often do some fast, and during those days when they fasted, meat was forbidden, similar to the Catholic custom of eating fish instead of meat on Fridays. So as a result, fish such as carp and sudak were commonly eaten inland alongside the sturgeon. And there were a lot of different kinds of food as well, including salmon, pike, and trout. And then in the oceans, you also have a greater variety of fish, like saltwater species, and they were often preserved by salting, pickling, or smoking, including herring, including the famed pickled herring. But the main important dish is caviar. You can't talk about Russian fish stuff with fish without having to mention caviar. And trust me, caviar does not come cheap. So guys who don't know, caviar is are the eggs of the salt-cured roe of the family known as Acetiphanes, aka the sturgeon. And it is one of the world's great delicacies, and eaten as a garnish or as a spread. Now, depending on the country, caviar can also be used to describe the roe of other species of fish, like salmon, steelhead, trout, and more. But for Russia, we have to talk about the sturgeon. And if you wonder why it's so important, well, sturgeon's been eaten for hundreds of years. But the main types of sturgeon that we use are the beluga, gurlet, and Kalugan hybrid. But the main one is beluga caviar. Beluga caviar is the most expensive caviar on the planet. These things, if you want to talk about how expensive they are, beluga caviar, for 1 kilogram of that caviar, it's going to cost you $7,000 to $10,000 a kilogram, or $3,200 to $4,500 US dollars per pound. That is expensive, and the reason why it's that expensive is because the beluga sturgeon is one of the most critically endangered fish on the planet. So, basically, it is expensive, and beluga caviar is the largest sturgeon. It's the third largest bony fish species on the planet. And that caviar is what made them so endangered to begin with. Due to its caviar. And apparently beluga caviar now, caviar itself is served on toast. Unlike less expensive caviars, it can be served in many ways, like hollowed or cooked potatoes on a blini or garnished with sour cream. But beluga caviar's taste is definitely quite interesting, at least. From what I've heard, beluga caviar actually But from what I've heard about caviar, I'm looking at caviar news. Now, beluga caviar, according to one of the websites, they said that it's actually creamy, buttery, and it has a subtle nutty and briny flavor. But all sorts of different flavors of caviar depend on all sorts of things, like the health of the fish, the age, where it lived, whether it's farm raised or wild, the type of feed and food consumption, water quality, how it was harvested, and all that sort of stuff. There's a lot of factors that can change the taste of caviar. That's why caviar from one source might taste very different from a caviar from somewhere else, or a different species for that matter. But yeah, caviar is one of the world great. I've never tasted caviar before, but I would definitely be very interested though. The other Russian dish I'm going to talk about is pickled herring, actually. Now, herring has been caught out of waters of Russia for years. And herring usually kind of rots. So in order to preserve it, herring is often pickled or cured. And the way they pickled it was they did a two-step process. First, they cured it with salt. And they did it to extract the water out of the fish. And then second, the salt is then removed and run in vinegar, salt, and sugar solution, often with peppercorn, bay leaf, raw onions, and so on. And they can also do additional flavorings like sherry, mustard, and dill. And this makes pickled herring extremely popular throughout many parts of Europe, not just Russia, but Scandinavia, Great Britain, the Baltics, Eastern and Central Europe. And it's very popular though for the Ashkenazi Jewish cuisine, as it's a staple for most kiddushes and social gatherings. And of course, it was often one of the 12 dishes eaten for Christmas Eve in Russia and Eastern Europe. And pickled herring is actually quite a help. Pickled herring has actually got a great source of vitamin D3 and omega-3 fatty acids. And they have been around, pickled herring's been around since medieval times. And it's very important for the Russian holidays of Lent. So while this wasn't a slide, some of the vegetables that are very popular in Russian cuisine, they include cabbages, potatoes, and other cold-tolerant greens. And often some of these are pickled, like cabbage, which is sauerkraut, cucumbers that are often pickled, tomatoes and other vegetables, and brine is used to preserve them for the winter. And trust me, with how cold Russia gets, pickling them would absolutely, is especially important. To be honest, it's often bland. Germany too, yeah. So finally we get to the last part of Russian cuisine, and that is the desserts and pastry. So, dessert and pastries is going to be our last, not our last, but the last of the traditional foods. So, Russian pastries have been around for a long time as well, dating all the way back in the 9th century, as the earliest form of honey bread was made in the 9th century. Later preparations dating to the 12th and 13th century include spices that were produced from India and the Middle East. One of the most oldest and famous is the Tula gingerbread, arrived as early as 1685, and has since become extremely popular, even to this day, for holidays. As a result, and it's made often by plain soup, and it's made many different kinds of gingerbread holes. And it's made from flour, honey, jam, or condensed milk as an optional filling. But there are other really well-known Russian confectioneries too. One is pancakes, aka blini, but blini are not just your average little pancake size. Because what makes blini unique from all the other pancakes is they can be topped with all sorts of different things on it. It can be filled with butter. Then we obviously have smetana, which is a sour cream. You can put fruit preservatives on it, but all sorts of different fruits like apples and other stuff. And it can even be filled with caviar too. And they were often served in connection with butter wheat, aka pancake week, a springtime religious festival celebrated before Lent. It's also very common for breakfast as well. The word blin comes from the Old Slavic word of millen, or to mill. And blending has been around for a long time by the East Slavic people as a symbol of the sun. And they were traditionally prepared at the end of winter to honor the rebirth of the new sun. And it was still adopted by the Orthodox Church as well, before the start of Lent. So traditionally, blini are made from yeasty batter, which is left to rise and then is diluted with milk, sour milk, cold or boiling water. When diluted with the boiling, it becomes known as a lighter blini, whereas colder stuff makes it more thicker. As well. In fact, this is even popular for the Jewish community too, called a blitz. In some areas of regions, they were an extremely important part of Jewish cuisine, and eaten during the holiday season. But like I said, there's many varieties. It can be different batter, containing various additions like potato, apples, or raisins. And those blinis are very popular in Eastern Europe as well. They can be covered with butter, sour cream, jam, honey, caviar. They can also be filled with sweet. They can also be rolled into a tube with sweet and salty fillings, like marinade, fruits, mashed potatoes, pork, ground meat, cooked chicken, salmon, and pork. So there's lots of ways to build a blini. Definitely one of the great all-around Russian dishes. Then the next one is going to be a dish called pierogi. Basically, it is pies made of pesto and sugar pastry. They're filled with many different kinds of fillings, including that of meat and all that. As well. It can be made with all sorts of different kinds of fillings as well. And they can be made with all sorts of stuff too, including ground meat, mashed potato, mushroom, boiled egg, with scallion, or cabbage. You can even make sweet fillings with different kinds of fruit like apple, cherry, apricot, lemon, jam, or pork, which is pork cheese, basically. And they are a very popular street and comfort food in Russia. And it can be made baked or shallow fried too. Making a quite the versatile dish if you ask me. Then the next thing is going to be the three other dishes. Two of these are going to be very popular for the Eastern Orthodox tradition, since Russia has a long religious history. The first one is the bread known as kulach, which is traditional to the Eastern Orthodox Christian faith. And this kind of bread is unique. It is a festive bread with dough decorations on top of it. The cylindrical shape of the cake is associated with the church practice of baking artos. And this tradition was spread throughout many different cultures from the Byzantine Empire. Which, I mean, to be fair, the Byzantines had a massive influence over Russia. Kulach is a variant of one of those pashka Eastern breads that not only represent Easter, but also the spring. And traditionally, after Easter service, the kulach, which is put in the bread basket, is decorated with colorful flowers and is blessed by the priest. And it can be eaten before breakfast each day. Any leftovers that were not eaten, that is not blessed, is eaten with pashka for dessert, which is going to be next. Now, kulach is baked in tall cylindrical pens, like coffee or fruit juice pens. And when cooled, it's decorated with white icing, which is pretty cool. And it's got colorful little flowers on top of it. It's often served with cheese pashka bear the symbol XB, which is from the traditional Easter greeting of Christos Voskeros, or Christ is risen. And it's only in between Easter and Pentecost, which is the 50th day from Easter Sunday. Then Pashka, we go back to Pashka actually. This is a festive dish itself made from the Eastern European countries, and this consists of food that has been forbidden during the fast of the Great Lent. It is made during the Holy Week and is brought to church on Great Saturday to be blessed after the Paschal Vigil, which is the Great Vigil of Easter for most of the traditional churches. Now, there's different kinds of it, but there's cheese pashka made of pork, which is white, and that one there in the picture symbolizes the purity of Christ. It is formed in a mold, traditionally in the shape of a truncated pyramid, which symbolizes the first Passover of Egypt, a nod to Christianity's early Jewish beginnings. So a lot of this is religious, but I mean, it's still very popular in Russia. It's usually served as an accompaniment to the recent Easter breads, called paska, and kulach in Russia. The Easter foods, bread and cheese paska, are very rich and made of many dairy items given up during the Great Lent, because dairy is actually forbidden by Lent. So there is that as well. In addition to Kaborog, which is the main ingredient, additional ingredients like butter, eggs, sour cream, raisins, almonds, vanillas, spices, and candied fruits can also be used in the recipe. It can be either cooked or uncooked. Cooked is usually made in the form of an egg custard itself. Uncooked is simply made of raw curd and the other ingredients mixed at room temperature. Since uncooked curd cannot be conserved for a long period of time, the pashkas are made smaller as well. And usually, after it's done making it, the pashka would be placed in an Easter basket with other festal foods, and it will be taken to the church to be blessed. And then they can begin eating it in the face of all of them. Yeah, it looks good. And then finally, the last thing is pastila. Pastila is a fruit confectionery. It's described as small squares of pressed fruit paste, and it usually is filled with light, airy puffs of delicate apple flavor. In Imperial Russia, these sweetmeats were often served for tea, with a white foamy top like a marshmallow, but taste of pure fruit. Now, the origins of this dish go all the way back to the 16th century, and it's probably a loanword from Italian, pastelio, or pastiglia, or from the cognate French pastille, which turns from the Latin pastillis. In 19th century, it was made from sour Russian apples, such as Antonovka, or mashed northern berries sweetened with honey or sugar and light with egg whites. The paste was then baked into a Russian oven for many hours, then arranged in several layers inside an alder box and left to dry in the same oven. In Imperial Russia, it was a very expensive treat, priced at 1.5 rubles. Now, it may seem cheap at first glance, but remember, this was back in Imperial Russia. This was a delicacy. Let me go ahead and show you guys what I'm talking about. So this is pastila. As well. Now, pastila is... cheapest pastillas are made of honey instead of sugar. And the Russian soda for 2 days of slightly diminished heat to bake the full paste. But in the Soviet period, it was made from industrially optimized technology, and according to one of the researchers, it does not depend on the multiple unique properties of the peasant stove, and thus it's inferior to its homemade predecessors. It was ultimately because of popularity by Saphir, which was made from similar ingredients but with whipped egg whites and gel mayonnaise. In 2010, the traditional quesadillas regained popularity thanks to it as well. So definitely a very interesting little dish as well. And then we gotta talk about the last category of stuff for Russian cuisine, the beverages. This will be our final thing as well. So our beverages, there's many traditional drinks. There are dishes to Russia and are not present in other cuisines. Many of them are no longer common though, and have been replaced by drinks originating in Europe. Nevertheless, some of these beverages are formerly drunk as a complement to meat and poultry dishes, Greek porridge, and desserts. One particular note is sabitu, a very popular drink in medieval times. It used to be really popular until tea replaced it as the Russian mainstay beverage as well. So let's look at some alcoholic beverages. Alcohol has been a big part of Russia for centuries. The most ancient of which is a drink called Meduvica. Now, it is a honey-based beverage, very similar to mead as well. It's a sweet, low-alcohol drink, and it's made with fermented honey with the addition of various spices as well. Now this drink has been known since even the pagan times, and it remained very popular even until the 19th century. Unlike in Eastern Europe, mead has been replaced by wine and beer. Meduvica is still very popular. And they basically, and how you make this thing is that you ferment honey. And fermentation often occurs naturally over 15 to 20 years. So it used to be very expensive. However, they found out that the Slavs realized that you can ferment honey even faster when it's heated. Thus, it became a folk drink, a very popular one. And with the invention of the distilling tank in the 14th century, this thing increased even more in popularity until vodka surpassed it. But even then, it's still a very traditional drink of Russia. But obviously, we talk about Russian alcohol. The most famous is vodka. Without question, vodka is the most famous alcoholic beverage in all of Russia. And it's been around for a very long time as the alcohol of choice of Russia. Now, where vodka originated depends on who you ask. Russians would say Russia invented vodka. Others would say Poland would be the country that invented vodka, and some even say Sweden invented vodka. While the origin weren't not exactly known, vodka can be produced with lots of different variations. Traditionally, vodka is distilled from fermented cereal grains. But in more recent times, however, potatoes have been used. And some grains use fruits, honeys, or maple sap in it. It usually comprises of water and ethanol, but sometimes has impurities and flavor. Since the 1890s, vodkas have been 40% alcohol by volume, or 80 U.S. proof. Vodka is usually drink neat, meaning it's not mixed with water, ice, or other mixtures, and it can be served cold, freezer chilled. It can even be used in cocktails and mixed drinks, like the vodka martini, cosmopolitan, or the white Russian and Bloody Mary drinks. In Russia, the history of vodka in Russia goes back to around 1430, and according to a legend, one monk named Isidore from one of the monasteries made a recipe for the first Russian vodka. Having special knowledge in distillation service devices, he became the creator of a new, higher-tech quality of alcohol beverage. But this bread wine, as it was originally known, was produced a long time exclusively in the Grand Duchy of Moscow and no other province of Russia. And that lasted all the way to the era of industrial production by the 18th century. And believe it or not, vodka in Russia was actually once part of a monopoly. When Empress Elizabeth on June 8, 1751 made it a monopoly, and that only the state can manufacture vodka. And that lasted until 1863 when it was repealed, causing prices to plummet and making vodka even more available to low-income citizens. In fact, by 1911, 89% of all alcohol consumed in Russia is vodka. As well. And even today, it's still the vast majority of alcohol in Russia. It's 70%. As well. And to produce vodka, they distill most starch or sugar-rich plants, which is grains and potatoes. Once they do it, they distill all the alcohol from it through filtration and such, and then they filter out some of the impurities, and that creates your vodka. Pretty cool, to say the least. And there's one more thing people forget about Russia, and here's something a lot of you all don't think about Russia: beer. Believe it or not, Russia has actually made beer since the 9th century, and this will surprise some of you. Russia is the 4th largest producer in the world of beer. Yes, Russia is top 5 in the world in beer production. And the only country that produces more beer production. Russia's 4th. That's pretty insane to think of. China's actually in fact, the world's largest producer of beer is even Germany. China, the US, and Brazil make beer production, and then number 4 is Russia. Russia's number 4. It's weird that the fact that Russia produced beer. It's actually insane to think about. And finally, the last slide for the food, non-alcoholic beverages. Russia's made a lot of those too, and the most ancient and most important and still widely popular non-alcoholic beverage is kvass. Now, kvass, for those who don't know, is a fermented cereal-based non-alcoholic drink. It also has some alcohol, but it's less than 1% alcohol, with a slightly cloudy appearance, light brown color, and sweet sour taste. It can be flavored with berries, fruits, herbs, and honeys. Now, in order to produce it, it's traditionally produced with dried rye bread or rye flour and rye malt. Dry rye bread is extracted with hot water and incubated for 12 hours in room temperature, at which the bread yeast and sugar is added to the extract and fermented for 12 hours at 20 degrees Celsius. In the simplest method, it is produced from a concentrate of wort, which is liquid extracted from the mashing process. The concentrate is first warmed up, and then once it's done that, they cool down the kvass and they warm it and cool it for a long time. And it can be clarified with filtration or centrifusion, and it can be adjusted for sugar content. It tastes like sweet cherry, says Night Zep. It's dinner time for me. You'll be back soon. No worries, Martel. Apparently ordered by Wait in Russia. 200 grains of vodka, please. Yeah. The history of kvass goes way back. Some say all the way back to the 10th century at least, from the celebration of Vladimir the Great's baptism. During the second half of the 19th century, kvass grew exponentially great throughout the entire Russian Empire. However, in the 1890s, in Russia, kvass fell big time with the fall of the USSR and with the introduction of Coca-Cola and Pepsi. substantially shrank the market of kvass. But in recent years, though, it has regained its original popularity, as it was marketed as a national soft drink or a patriotic alternative to cola. For example, one of the Russian companies promoted its brand kvass as the advertising campaign for anti-colonization. And as a result, kvass nearly tripled in popularity. In response, Coca-Cola, the company, even launched its own brand in 2008. This would be the first time before companies made it into an appearance at kvass. And even then, it's still quite a popular drink, despite its old age. Muse fans, journalists. Oh, I forgot. Let's see who's joined us. Oh, Muse fans here. Muse fan, Martel, and Night Zep. Wow. I forgot. I haven't checked in a while. I'm sorry. I was just trying to keep things stable. And then the next thing is tea. Tea is actually Russia's most popular and beloved drink in all of Russia. In fact, Russia even has its own tea culture, believe it or not. I know it's hard to. I know some people have a hard time even believing this, but Russia actually has a very deep tea culture. So, tea is extremely popular in all parts of Russia. It was originally introduced from China in the 17th century, and it quickly spread throughout the entire country. And the most popular variety of tea has been the black tea. But with Russia acquiring Central Asia, green tea has started to increase slowly in popularity. And believe it or not, Russia is one of the largest tea consumers on the entire planet. Now, most tea today has been brought over from Sri Lanka and India. And there's even some domestic cultivation, but that's greatly limited compared to natural consumption. And Russia even has its own vast tea culture. And Russian tea culture has been around for a long time. Russian tea is often brewed. It can be served sweet and hot and cold. It's traditionally taken at afternoon, but it has since been an all-day drink, particularly at meals. Now, there's been legends that Russia came in contact with tea in 1567, when some of the Cossacks visited China. But most modern historians consider it to be fake. But tea really took off, though, in the 17th century, when the Mongolian ruler donated 4 poons of tea, or 70 kilograms of tea, to Tsar Michael I. And in a sense, been extremely popular to this day. In Russia, in fact, Russia was the first country that China really recognized due to its power and influence. And the Chinese ambassador gave tea out throughout the rest of the 17th century. Through various treaties in the 18th century, tea has really grown in popularity. And by the time Capra died in 1796, Russia was importing more than 3 million pounds by caravan of tea per year. And that led to low prices, and middle and lower class citizens could actually afford tea, and tea has been really popular. There's all sorts of different kinds of teas all over Russia. One of them being Wysoki tea, largest tea firm in the Russian Empire, and by the 20th century, it was the world's largest tea manufacturer. And Russia's tea culture is quite unique as well. Russia was not regarded as a self-dependent beverage, and as a result, a lot of Russian teas adorn it with jam, syrups, cakes, cookies, and other sweets. There's one particular invention that really helped Russia, and that is the samovar. And they use it to traditionally heat or cool the teas. And this allowed tea to stay warm even in the winter. And as a result, They're found all over Russia. And as a result, tea is still extremely popular as well, even to this day. Yeah, tea is very important. Russian tea is quite strong. Think of the samovar. Yeah. And finally, Sabin, a non-alcoholic drink. This is one of the older drinks that are still around. Even though it's replaced by tea and coffee, it's still a traditional kind of drink. It's made of honey, water, fruit juices, and spices. It was once the most popular in the country, but is superseded by tea and coffee. And while coffee is still popular in Russia, it's never going to catch up to tea. Russia's tea culture is very entrenched in culture. So, that's it, guys. That is the Russian food culture and the food. That's the entirety of Russia's food culture and all that. That was a long one, I gotta say, but I hope you guys enjoyed it. I think it was really fun that I wanted to talk about it. Talk about food, because I love talking about it. I think I made more than a few of you guys quite hungry. I really apologize for that. Just catching up at family here. Russian tea is quite strong. Think of the samovar. Yeah. Kind of agreeing that as well. I put lots of things in it. I hope you guys like the slideshow. So we have Musefan here as well. Here's Musefan. Here's Mortel 739, 738, and here's Count Sepp. And Prince all still way ahead. So that's all the people here today. So the series still kind of a little flat, but it's not bad. And definitely the data here is definitely much better now. There's much better data. Football catch, yeah. I appreciate all the people still sticking around. That's pretty awesome. I know CDL has done a lot of this, food stuff, like certain dishes. So that's why it made me want to do this sort of thing. I think it'd be really fun to talk about food and cultures of the local area. I just wanted to go more in depth. Because, like I said, my goal is to be educational too. I want to have fun flying, but I also want some bit of education with it. Because I want to teach people how to do all this. We're still keep going though. It's pretty amazing how far we're still going. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, it's definitely nice out here today. So we're only 91 nautical miles away. So this is so far so good, everyone. We're only we're about an hour away now from completing our flight here. So far so good, everyone. If you guys like this content, don't be afraid to give out a follow to the channel and support the channel through follows. If not, don't worry about it. But I think it'd be awesome. I do have a Discord here as well. So if you want the latest content updates for my stream, just let me know. I also do have another channel for my VODs as well. I like to support all different members of the community, so it would be greatly appreciated. We have quite a few Russians living here since the reunification. I taught some of their kids at school about our supermarket stock. And our supermarket stock, Russian especially, is quite regular. Yeah, there's a lot of different special things about it as well. Actually, there is a place. Today, we still have Count Zepp, friends all flight ahead. Here is Musespan above us at 5,400 feet. So definitely the scenery's now gotten to be flat again. The scenery earlier was definitely absolutely beautiful with all the forests. So we're not very far from our destination here. Not at all. Thank you for all the guys who stuck here with me so far. Thank you so much for coming with me today on this flight. It makes me really, really happy. Thank you so much. That really makes me feel really good. mean, I put the work and effort to all my streams. I wanted to be something different. I wanted to work hard so I could become really, really good. It's definitely a very beautiful area. Just playing a bit of music here just to play something with the environment. It's definitely very, very awesome to me. I hope I'm doing alright with the entertainment and such, like. I guess we could talk a little more about the plane itself. So kind of a few things about this Junkers from the manual. There's quite a few things for a lot of people who don't know. There's definitely some interesting things about this plane. So over in this area right here, this here is actually the trim in the flap handles. This third part is the trim flap indicator. So our trim is about 0. Our Hohen floss, for example, that's the trim and flaps. There's also the clutch. Then, you see this symbol right here. This thing right here, this little thing right here, that is your oil quantity. This tells you the quantity of the oil on the plane. It looks like you got plenty of oil. You got plenty of oil here. Let's look at the wing. Oil looks good on the wings, and we have plenty of fuel on the wings. This is the engine here. And if we look over here, the fuel and oil is good over here too. So all that sort of thing. Haven't flown this thing as much. I'm sure my land would be catastrophic. Hey, no worries, Amuse fan. And there's Martel down below. No, this thing's not too bad to land, Amuse fan. Don't. Yeah, that's the same thing. She likes to nosedive quite a bit. You need to let it lose speed when it lands. definitely pretty smooth. Now, we're not that far off. We're about 60 miles off. I think we can get this thing pretty quick. Thank you everyone for sticking with me today. I know it's pretty busy today with all the people streaming, so all the people who are staying with me, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I know I've said this before, but I mean, it's all of you guys who made this an amazing fighting community. Every one of you has been amazing, so thank you. News fans still here. Martel is down my right. Downsep and friends all are further ahead on the journey. So I need to check out the information about the Irkutsk airport. We're gonna go with F-U-I-I-R. I-I-R. Enter. Step. Load. Irkutsk Northwest Airport. Let's look at the airport information. Our airport information for Irkutsk Northwest. It's around 1,470 feet. The longitude of 104. Longitude, 52 latitude. 2 operational. Plus airway time zone. So now we're going to head to our final destination today. We're going to be heading to Irkutsk today. So the place known as Irkutsk is what it's called, I believe, is going to be our final place we're talking about here today. Irkutsk is the largest city of its oblast as well. Irkutsk is the largest city and administrative center of the Irkutsk Oblast in Russia. With a population of 617,000 people, it is the 25th largest city in Russia by population and the 5th largest in the Siberian Federal District, along with being one of the largest cities in all Siberia. The city properly lies on the Angara River, a tributary of the Yenisei River, around 530 miles southeast of Krasnoyarsk and 520 kilometers north of Ulaanbaatar, the capital of Mongolia. The Trans-Siberian Highway and Railway connect Irkutsk to other regions of Russia and Mongolia. Many distinguished Russians were actually sent to exile for their part of the December's Revolt in 1825, and the center became an exile post for the rest of the century. Some historic wood houses still survive. When the railway reached there, it earned the nickname the Paris of Russia. The center was the center of the bitter fighting in the Russian Civil War of 1918 to 1920. In the Soviet period, its architecture was dominated by the mandatory spread-up style, and in a sense became the center of aircraft manufacturing. In fact, the historic center is located in the UNESCO's tentative list of World Heritage Sites. The history of this goes all the way back to 1661, when the city was founded. And it was actually goes back to 1652 when Ivan Prokhorov built a winter's quarter near the site of the city for gold trading and collecting fur taxes. In 1661, his brother, I believe, built a small fort nearby, and that fort gained official town rights from the government in 1686. In fact, built there was a prison, and it was an outpost for the Russian explorers of the region. Thus, this area it was a very important strategic defensive place during that time. It eventually became a big city as well during the 18th century. For the 19th century, many Russian artists, officers, and nobles were sent to exile for the December's revolt against Tsar Nicholas I. Irkutsk became a major center of intellectual and social life for the elite, and this they developed much of the city's cultural heritage. And by the end of the 19th century, it consisted of one exiled man for every 2 locals. And people of various backgrounds have developed culture within the city and became a very prosperous cultural and educational center in Siberia. During the Russian Civil War, this city became a site for many furious bloody clashes between the whites and the Bolsheviks, or the Reds. And now, in 1920, Alexander Kolchak was executed there, effectively destroying the anti-Bolshevik resistance. And soon, during the Soviet era, it was known as a major center of aircraft, of aviation. Now, Irkutsk is well known for being on the banks of the Angara River. Well, and Irkutsk is home to many iconic landmarks, one of them being the Cathedral of the Kazan icon and Mother of God. There's also a monument to Tsar Alexander III, who was one of the Russian czars during that time. And some very notable people included Nikolai Kamov and Mikhail McMill are 2 of the really well-known people, and these 2 were the major figureheads for Russian aviation. Nikolai Kamov founded his own aircraft company called Kamov Helicopters, and they produced some really interesting helicopters. His helicopters are unique in the fact as they produce a lot of aircraft. And unlike a lot of other helicopters, Kamov used, he actually used very unique type of aircraft. They actually used coaxial rotors instead of the traditional tail like on most helicopters. Kamov helicopters actually have 2 big rotors, but they spin in opposite directions, similar to the CH-47 Chinook, except instead of having 2 of them in separate locations, the rotors were actually built on top of each other. So one big rotor goes in this direction, and this one, it basically does this, and it helps stabilize the plane. It's definitely a very unique airplane helicopter design as well. And his company produced a lot of different kinds of aircraft, including his design bureau created the Kamov KN-50 Black Shark, and as a result, it became Russia's main attack helicopter. And he's made quite a few, and his aircraft company made several very successful helicopters. And then the next guy, Mikhail Mill. So Mikhail Mill was a Russian aerospace engineer and scientist. He was the founder of the Mill Moscow helicopter plant. And here's the irony between the 2, though. Kamov and him were only born 7 years apart. Now, Mikhail Mill had his own helicopter plant and he worked on several iconic helicopters within his company. And some of his most famous helicopters include the Mi-8 HIP, which is the most produced helicopters, the Mi-24 Hind, one of the most famous helicopter gunships on the planet, and finally, the world's largest and most powerful helicopter in history, the MiL Mi-26, aka NATO recorded name of Halo. And if you don't trust me, that helicopter is massive. If you haven't seen the Mi-26, it's gargantuan. This thing carried some of the heaviest sort of equipment that a helicopter can carry. It carried a Buran space vehicle. It even once carried a 25-ton block that carried a preserved 23,000-year-old mammoth. And it was even used to recover a Chinook helicopter. Like, it's pretty crazy that they actually use these, and they don't just use them for military purposes; they use them for civilian stuff too. Pretty crazy helicopter. And finally, Rudolf Nureyev is the last notable person from Irkutsk. And I think Rudolf Nureyev was a well-known Soviet and ballet choreographer, and some people consider him to be the greatest male ballet dancer of his generation. So we got Russians with all sorts of different ways of life and more. So that concludes all the slideshows for today, guys. Next week, we will be talking about Russia's geography. What makes Russia so unique. So that's the PowerPoint, guys. That's all the slides for today. Seriously, this is going to be a 4-hour flight. This is going to be pretty crazy. And we're only 38 nautical miles out of this. We're going to make a pretty interesting time. Martel's back from dinner. Awesome. I hope your dinner was good there, Martel. I hope you enjoyed having a very good dinner. Now, some interesting facts. The Ingara River, it actually, if you go further into our direction, it drains out into Lake Baikal, Russia's deepest lake. It's around 1,149 miles long, and it's the headwater tributary of the Yenisei River, the world's 5th longest river. Seriously, thank you for all the people who have been here today. Thank you guys so much. Even the people working in chat, I want to thank all of you here today. Thank you so much for coming out to my stream for my birthday. It means a lot for me. All the people here in chat, all the people flying in the air, Count Zepp, Prince All, Martel, and Newspan, thank you guys so much for flying with me today. It's pretty amazing how many people came out here to support my channel. I want to thank Daiki for the raid as well. I know he's streaming again. I might actually catch his stream. I may actually raid Daiki. I don't ever raid Daiki just his stream. It's pretty funny I raid his stream after he raids mine. That would be kind of funny if I raided Daiki's stream after. No, I haven't raided Tomos' world either. I haven't raided Tomos. Or if there's anyone else you want me to pick, let me know. Like I said, I'm open to all sorts of ideas. I'm actually very, very open to whatever you guys pick. Imperial. Well, this is pretty awesome, I gotta say. And there's the Angara River to our left. You can guys see here, this is the Angara River. We continue flying here. We're just gonna land straight in at runway 14. We're gonna actually land straight in. Hey, Kahari, you had to reboot your computer. It's good to have you back there, Kaharia. I think we should raid Tomos World today. I haven't done a raid on Tomos in a while, so once we land, we're gonna wait till everyone lands, and then we're gonna raid Tomos this panel. I think I made a pretty easy decision for today. Sure. We're only now 21 miles away. We're not very far. I think further ahead is the airport. It's a bit of a long ways away, but we can definitely get there. Yeah, this plane is a workhorse. There's one thing I like about this plane is an absolute workhorse. It just... Yeah, the Junkers is very nice. It is. It's like the only old plane I'm more comfortable taking on a longer trip. So we're now 21 miles away. So if you guys want to do something, you can predict the lane I'm going to do next by doing that command predict, and then you just type in a negative number. So I'm going to predict 95. It should be predict 90. It should be predict minus 95. There's no way I can get plus something. So we're going to do Angarsk is down below. This is another small town. This is Angarsk. Now, Angarsk is right next to Irkutsk. It actually has 233,000 people live here as a city. It was founded in 1948 as an industrial community, and it was granted state status just 3 years later in 1951. Now, this actually is the largest industrial zone in all of Asia, believe it or not. And it also hosts a showcase international nuclear fuel cycle center as one of the first Russian enrichment centers to be placed under the IAEA safeguards. It also is a site for a nuclear fuel bank. It is also connected by the Trans-Siberian Railway, which we can see below. There's this Siberian Railway. Now, one of the main things that this city is known for is the Museum of Clocks and Watches, a museum of victory, and an Angarsk State Technical Academy for higher education. The only thing was, it was how to start the thing. Well, there's the thing, Kaharia. There's the checklist, and that checklist makes things so much easier. If you don't know how to start it, there's always that very helpful checklist. We're only 12 miles away. Yeah, it's nice out here. Scenery is pretty good out here today, especially right by the bank of the river. It definitely makes it a really nice scenery, even if it isn't exactly the most hilly. I'm gonna go ahead and reduce throttle, put trim. That way, I can lower the speed more slowly. And let it lower the altitude more safely. Martel 172. I did not have time to dive deep into the Junkers. Did not start manually. I mainly bought it so I didn't have to fly next to a bonanza on the trip. Hey Martel, if you wanted me to help you how to start this thing manually, let me know. I can help you out with that, Martel. If you need anything, let me know. I can help you out. I'm a guy who's more than happy to help out if you need anything. And since the Junkers is kind of my plane, Martel, I'm probably a pretty good expert on that. So there it is. We're right next to the airport. So Irkutsk Midwest Airport, the airport we're laying here today, it's a flyway airfield for the Irkutsk aviation plant that was established in 1932, and this area was used to produce the Ilyushin IL-28 jet bomber, the Antonov AN-12 Cub, and the Yakolev Yak-28 Brewer, alongside the Antonov AN-24 turboprop planes. By the late 1970s, the factory was involved in the MiG-23 Fokker planes and produced components for the backfire bomber. So this is the main factory that was built here. It was a military-based factory. Thanks, Viperstrike. That checklist is a godhand already. Yeah, the checklist is very detailed on the Junker, and is really detailed. So you would have no issue getting this thing started. Okay. Go ahead and put the flaps, 4 stage of flaps, cut down on the speed a bit. And we're here at Irkutsk. Making our way to the airport. Thank you guys so much for coming into this journey. For to all Zarnow counts up. Here's Martel and Musefan. Gonna go ahead and turn off the put the engine on idle. 74 knots. It likes to nosedive. So, like I said, Musefan, you want to put the nose careful and let this thing bleed off speed. Let this thing bleed off its speed. It might be a heavy bird. Gotta keep on the end of the runway. Yeah, just yeah. Nicely done. 110 feet per minute. That's a good landing. Put it back. And that's going to be it. And that completes our landing. Nicely done, Martel. That was pretty close. All the rest of you guys are positive. So the rest of you could have no way of winning that, but that is smooth. Woohoo! Yeah, that's it. We completed the second longest leg of the entire trip. That's awesome, guys. We completed the second longest leg of the entire trip. Here's Martel. Now, Musefan, this is curious. This is your first landing in a couple months with this Junkers. This should be interesting. How about? Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Yeah, you're supposed to land with the 2 wheels on it. Nice. Is the longest ahead or done? It was already done a couple legs ago. That was the Kurgan leg. That was the longest one. This is the second longest, actually. And we got it done, everyone. This is amazing. Leg number 9 is completed out of 14. We only have 5 more legs to go. We only now have We only have 5 more lakes to go until we're completed. But yeah, what a fantastic way to get things done. That was a good land use, fan. So I'm gonna get all a fan picture. Now, guys, stay in chat. We're gonna rate Tomos World today. Tomos I haven't rated Tomos in a long while. Even though 757 Spy is tempting, I'm gonna rate Tomos. Oh, I'm gonna rate someone a bit newer today. Ah, the gig that just crashed into my Junkers. I was happy about that. Used a lot more runway. Yeah, but the thing is, this is a plenty big runway. This is 8,000 feet, and the Junkers only needs about 1,000 or so. Well, let me go ahead and get the picture. And we made our way to Irkutsk today. This is amazing, guys. Leg 9 of 14 complete. This is pretty amazing if you ask me. Thank you guys so much for this amazing flight, every single one of you. Thank you. I really mean it. I do. This was an absolutely amazing flight. And seriously, I want to thank every one of you guys for the birthday. You guys just gave me the best birthday gift of all. All of you guys flying with me. It just means so much. Seriously, guys, this really does mean a lot. So for my plans next week, we will be heading off. We're gonna head to New Caledonia, and I'm gonna be heading off in New Caledonia in the Savage Cub. Actually, I'll be back in the Aviat Husky as we fly in through New Caledonia. And then next Sunday, we're going to be going through Lake Baikal. We're going to travel from Irkutsk into Ulan-Old and then land at Chita. So let's go ahead and get the raid started. I hope all you have a great day. I hope you all stay in the chat for a bit as we raid Tomos World. I think he would be really happy that we get a chance to raid him for a bit. So thank you guys so much for this amazing birthday gift. Every one of you, thank you so much for all the new follows, the raid, new people chat. Seriously, thank you everyone. I hope I see you again soon. Viperstrike 95, out.